Continue on to review and adopt agenda. Ms. Finale, can you go ahead and read the agenda for us?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, of the Public Education Research School. You have your proposed agenda for the Public Education Research Display to Examination Council and meeting November 27th, 2023 at 10 a.m. Regarding the Honorable Research Chairperson, Honorable Jimmy Finance and Vice Chairperson, Basic Budget and Finance Conference. Communication, there's one call we order will call announcement. Two recognize the review about the agenda, four review about the journal. You have journals for October 23rd, 2024, November 13th, 2023, and November 16th, 2023. Number 5 is in the report, report, the response to the director stated November 15th, 2023, directed to the Department of Education and Bonespire to prepare school board apportionment members. Second is directed to Geographic and Geographic remedy any redeeming grass. These items are from Geography, Department of Water, actually the school Department of Education. Also from both labs, the Georgia Institute of Executive Director, the name school board association. 6 old 978 business is the section number 025-33, and action relating to the public system of human services to the Head Start conversion request plan sponsored through delegation of the days. The legislation is forward to us for the action of today from the community travel is to National University of Pennsylvania campus. NTU is requested to host the Health and Human Services Committee for a meeting to present an annual report in January 2024. And the meeting is selected date in January 2024 for the meeting. 8. Open meeting announcements and adjournment, including Madam Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Finale. Can I get a motion? Adopt the agenda. Review motion. Dr. Andy has motion second. Mr. Benito seconds that. Although Dr. and not Dr. Kidd and me.
Vice Chair, thank you. I see I'd like to amend the agenda. Since we don't have a report along discussion. So I'd like to move the A under new business legislation to 5 reading. 23. So Jerry's found that legislation, so I should make that it's okay with Chair. Under the reports we have for the with the chair. I'll be the black. Okay, I'd like to make that motion. The agenda. Move the legislation 253-23 be the first item to discuss on the okay. Thank you.
And then do we have a second? Yeah, so. Okay. Second, Mr. Benito will second that. Any other changes? Made to the agenda?
Vice Chair.
Oh,
Yeah, Vice Chair. Yeah, thank you. I'd like to add on Dr. Shayla Yellowhair to the receiving report as a presenter.
okay.
Due to acting superintendent at school, not present, but she is here through Zoom. But that will be adding on Dr. Shayla Yellowhair. And then also Mr. Roy Tracy as well onto the agenda. So if the smoke committee party, that would be okay. And then next one is I also wanted to go back to item 1 under announcement. We did receive an email from the Division of Human Resource Committee, the division, Ms. Lorraine, Tubaha. And I did send an email back, that I will meet with them December 19th, we return. But it's no longer December 18th from me. But I haven't received a response back from Tubaha, but December 19th at noon is, or for me, this is one to make those corrections. Put it both in the party and,
Question. And, so on the motion carries again that we make those changes. Question, any other changes to the agenda? Okay, can we get a second reading of that?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair. We made two amendments. The first one is to under remove 5 new business A legislation number 0253-23 to establish address S5A, I'm sorry. So we 7 new business A will move to 5 new business A. And that'll be the report, student report 2026. And the subsequent numbers however, 7 new business B will remain under new business B travel. It'll be addressed after all business. So that part will be split. The second one is to add the presenters to receiving report A under the Department of Education to add Roy Tracy and Dr. Sarah Yellowcare.
Thank you for that, Mr. Nolly, and we'll go ahead and go to a roll call vote to accept and adopt this agenda as read.
Roll call vote? Okay, thank you. Delegate William Gay, I vote. Thank you. Delegate Chair, Dennis James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jim votes for.
Delegate Dr. Andy Nance, how do you vote?
Great.
Thank you. And Delegate Rich Toth, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Delegate Curtis, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. And Vice Chair, give a vote of 5-0 with the Vice Chair voting.
Question. I'm going to return the gavel to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair, thank you for that. So with that, we'll move on to item number 4, review and adopt the journal. There is 3 journals, and the hard copies have been provided to us, email copy has been provided to us. Committee members, I will leave this up to you. If you guys would like to make a motion to accept them individually or all 3 of them all at once.
Chair, members, I would like to motion to approve all the 3 journals as is.
With that, committee member, there is a motion on the floor made by Honorable Toll to accept journals for October 23rd, 2023 regular meeting, November 13th, 2023 regular meeting, November 15th, 2023 special meeting. Is there a second, committee member? Second made by Honorable Curtis Nito. With that, this is a motion in a second to accept the journals as is. Committee members, are there any questions? Going twice, 3 times. Honorable Helena Nancy, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair.
Green.
Honorable Dr. Nance. Honorable Toll.
I vote green.
Honorable Yanito.
Green.
With that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, we'll move on to, the next item, which would, I would have to give over to, Vice Chair again, which is new business, and that is legislation number 0253-23. With that, staff, can you read that into the record, and then after the reading, I'll.
You have your, with the proposed guarantee resolution, that no one can not with the need to be revised, delegate, for things. That's under the sponsor tracking is, number is 0253-23, and action relating to the health and safety human services team creating the Head Start, the national Head Start conversion plan. The legislation, the health and safety human services committee has had final reporting, and the legislation has been ready to recommend. Digitally ready to record. We have all of the exhibits A through C there, and we have the public comment period. We'll start at November 21st, 2023, and it ends on November 26th, 2023. There were no public comments that were received.
David, I give over the gavel to Vice Chair.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Finali, for reading that. And, so going to the legislation, do we have a motion on that? Mr. Tool, do we have a second? Alina Nesmigay seconds that. That's is there any questions? And so we'll, if there are questions, we will hand over, we will allow the sponsoring agent and maybe his agent to present.
Chair, just, brief report on, the intention of it.
Okay,
Doesn't have to.
okay, okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, mention, but not 20 minutes. Is that Mr. Toll? So I'm gonna go ahead and give the floor over to Chair James, and who is sponsoring the legislation, to give us a brief overview of his legislation. Mr. Chair James.
Yeah, Vice Chair, and then real quickly here on legislation number 0253-23. In regard to, the conversion, we do have 3 to 5 year olds, children slots, so ABE. They have at one point, now called Head Start. They have high enrollment number of 3 to 5 year olds. And more of birth to 3 year olds has increased. And so with that, it's been really hard for some of our Head Start centers, which is for 3 to 5 year olds to get fully enrolled. But there is more of the early childhood from birth to 3. Called AEE, birth to 3, the AA has reached its capacity, but to make that conversion, we have to increase the early childhood birth to 3 year old enrollment high. Although none of the 3 to 5 year old is going to eventually get less. So other than that, the whole funded enrollment of 1,350 is going to still be there. But for 3 year olds to 5 year old, it's going to be 1,150 children. And then for early from birth to 3 year old will be 200. You add that back, it still goes back to 1,350. And then if you look at the exhibit A on page 4, 5, and 6, by district, District 1, District 2, children, and then for it tells you which ones have the new early Head Start proposal, which is from birth to 3 year old. And then the program option, they'll either be center-based or home-based. And then they're currently by facility, by your community names by each of the districts. So that will complete my report overview regarding legislation 0253 3, and then this is the conversion plan to keep the current enrollment, but just increasing the early head start. 88 with that. So that will complete my report. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Although that's not Dr. Andy.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I understand that there is a proposed amendment to legislation to try to do that. And at this time, colleagues, I want to offer that amendment. We would send the update at 10:18. That's my motion, Vice Chair.
So there is an amendment that is proposed to the legislation. Angie, can you read that into the record?
With Madam Vice Chair, members of the Health and Human Services Committee, we have a proposed amendment for the agreement of the deed. With the such plan, exhibits A, B, and C that are on the tax treaty, but the same two are subsequent, we reorder and renumber. We have exhibit A from the administration for children and families. It's memo dated September 12, 2023. And we suggest to download Dr. Lee Martin, President, and now we have the governor, later on. And regarding grant number 9002 I-0-1073. Dr. President Nygren, confirming that pursuant to section 641A(h)(3) of the Head Start Act, now we require government. It's required to develop a collaboration with the Office of the Head Start or things to address the current and the roles that challenges that the pandemic has created. Head Start recipients and impact on program operations, including but not limited to enrollment. Full enrollment requirement. Section 641A(h)(3) of the Head Start Act requires OHS to determine which Head Start agencies have operated within actual enrollment that is less than full funded enrollment for at least 4 consecutive months. OHS is also required to collaborate with such agencies on the development of a plan and timetable for reducing or eliminating under enrollment. Based on the AIAN Head Start, AIAN Early Head Start, enrollment levels reported by your agency, national nation, federal government, the will be given 12 months to achieve an estimated 7% enrollment as described in section 164 of the 85 of the Head Start Act. The 12-month period goes into effect 10 days following the date of this letter. During the 12-month period, OHS would like to partner with the consider that we have a plan and we can use technical assistance to support necessary to reach full enrollment. The 12-month period will continue not later than 2024. OHS requests a meeting with the agency immediately within the next 30 days to collaborate on the development of a plan for reading local entry at least 20% for enrollment. OHS request the board chair and also the body official to be present during the meeting. In preparation for this meeting, or in addition to review available data and information, including the community assessment as well as the practice outlined in section 64988 of the Head Start Act, including community review. Should help guide your agency in identifying the factors which may be contributing to the program's current enrollment. 8. A reduction of grant and redistribution of funds, cases of under enrollment One, definition of this section, actual enrollment, and the term actual enrollment means with respect to the program of the Head Start agency. The actual number of children enrolled in such program and reported by the agency as required in paragraph 2 in a given month. The base grant, the term base grant is the meaning given to the term in section 6.87. Three, funded enrollment, the term funded enrollment means with respect to the program, but the Head Start agency year, the number of children that are being funded and served in grant in the program during that fiscal year as indicated in the grant agreement. Two, enrollment reporting requirement, each entity carrying out the Head Start program shall report on a monthly basis to the secretary and the relevant Head Start agency. And 2A, the actual enrollment in such program and review of the actual enrollment is less than the funded enrollment. Any apparent reason for such enrollment shortfall.
Ms. Finale, can you stop right there? I believe you missed the second page of the backup letter.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So we'll just, wherever you left off, let's just stop right there and then go back to the
The
second.
second, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was.
Yeah, that's on the back.
Okay, page 2, your assigned program specialist, Bell Boy Grant will contact you to schedule the meeting. Under enrollment reporting requirements during the 12-month period, the following is required. The center level enrollment reporting, monthly enrollment must be reported by center and program officers using the center level reporting spreadsheet. A webinar training on this requirement is available in the Head Start enterprise system. Please watch in quotes, training center level reporting spreadsheet, close quote, article. Under the tab the resources page to learn how to download, complete, and upload the spreadsheet and reporting monthly enrollment. Enrollment planning submission, your organization must develop in collaboration with regional office and plan and timetable for reducing or eliminating enrollment. A working plan to reduce under enrollment must be submitted to the regional office within 30 days of the meeting. Please note the regional office does not properly plan, I'm sure the plan will be used to support the end of the during the 12-month period. Next heading, under steps and provisional actions. If your agency reaches at least 97% enrollment at the end of the 12-month period, then OHS will continue to evaluate enrollment to ensure your program reaches at least 97% enrollment for the next 6 consecutive months. If this is achieved, a completion letter at the end of the 6 consecutive months will be issued as a formal recognition of satisfactory completion of the other enrollment plan. If your agency does not reach at least 97% for enrollment at the end of the 12-month period, then your program may be designated in quotes chronically under enrolled close quote by OHS, consistent with section 164A H5A I of the Head Start Act, and subject to the capture, withholding, or reduction of your base grant. Any reduction in funding would lead to an adjustment to funded enrollment to be consistent with the historical actual enrollment level. Based on the most recent reported enrollment levels, your AIAN Head Start program is under enrolled by 341 slots, and your AIAN Early Head Start program is under enrolled by 0 slots. If OHS were to decrease your funded enrollment according to these figures, it would equate to recapturing $5,985,480 and will start base grant and $0 from your AIAN Early Head Start base grant. Please note, OHS is not recapturing any funds from your agency at this time, and the figures presented in this letter are provided to you for informational purposes, only based on the current data. We look forward to working with you as you evaluate your community plan strategically and implement your plan to reach full enrollment. For more information about full enrollment initiatives, making, contact with Mr. Lee. Sincerely, Todd. Letter approving LERPJUNTHARANGGOOL. Regional Program Manager, Office of Head Region 11, and then there it goes on to attachment A, which is section 641A, standard monitoring of Head Start agencies and programs. You just want me to read just the letter, or you continue with the attachment?
Just a letter. Thank you.
Very happy with, what's, the new exhibit A, Madeline Street.
Okay. So we're going to, so the amendment request is to include exhibit A into, and that's what I believe is, creating this, the need for this celebration. So the letter from, the Administration for Children and Families, saying that there is an under enrollment in Head Start. So, do we have,
Okay.
second for that amendment? Will you go back to the motion? Motion, do we have a second for the amendment to include, Mr. Yumito? Go ahead and, second that amendment. And then, we'll go ahead and, is there any more questions for to amendment 1?
This, read the report so I can understand
Oh,
the industry.
okay,
Okay, from the chair or then that's.
okay, so you have, questions on the amendment?
Yes.
On this one. So, a question, so you want him to talk about it first, or you want to put questions?
That's what coordinator.
Thank you, Vice Chair Dodd, members of the Health Education and Human Service Committee. I do have my agent here, and I'll let her explain the letter here, which created the legislation as well. So with that, Dr. Malanga, Billy. AH is Head Start. Then we also have Janelle the Gate as well. From now, right, and that is really explain the letter and how we got to the legislation. So with that, I'll give it over to now myself.
How many minutes? How many minutes?
Don't get the message across to me, so I understand. Some of you guys are members, you live around here and you're always associated with these department. Us, we live out there and we can probably come this way, so we really wanted to be enlightened what we're trying to do. I do support, but I just need to know why I was doing this and and all that. You need to know. I know some of you are associated with this department, you know, for us, educated for me and also some Sunday. Even not, so if you explain it to us, or if I'm not and that local level, even the everything. Thank you.
Okay, so, you heard Mr. Pope's request and he just wants a better understanding of, maybe the state of Head Start, the letter, and then also how it corresponds to the legislation. So I think he just wants to learn more about Head Start and the need for the legislation. So hand it over to you for, yeah. Okay, hold on. Chair.
Vice Chair, thank you very much. Shukla Ash, and then Vice Chair, just want to let you know that in our committee rules, there is no time limits. When it comes to an amendment, there's only once we have the first legislation on your main motion. So you can give them as much time as you need, but for an amendment, there's no time limit.
Okay.
Just want to make that clarification, but other than that, I give it up to you. I don't know how long you guys want to go at this, so it's all yours, staff on behalf of Head Start. So for Ed, thank you.
Okay. Yate, Vice Chair, Chair, and members of the HEHSC committee. Shea, Dr. Rolanda Billy, and Shea, Sanajini Shlon, Nahabani, Bashish Chains, Islahni, Dashiche, Nanish, Eju, Dashanala, Ado, Tobe Huiskan, Holiade, Eya, Nasha, from the Eastern Agency. Ado, Passion, and Dishnat, Eya, the Kodo, Chinyaj Bahada, the net enrollment, Islinigi, Sato, Eya, Bikidnish, Edo, and the attendance, Aqua, Alchindal Tragi, Ado, Qua, Eya, Head Start presentation, out of the national issue, but I'll send the huddle for the record, out on the hitting the huddle.
Oh, yeah, I've been Janelle beginning not of the not of the infection is she versus team, Shisha as a team, get the GA, that's Northern Agency, Shipra from there, and I am the Slow Readiness and Immersion Manager. So I work with Dr. Billy closely.
Okay, and we do have our acting superintendent, Mr. Roy Tracy, in the audience with us today. Head Start, could you Hashim so on the enrollment baby in the hotel for whole Jish got that deep naha be kahnla on lady be didn't day ho nahano but the old tragi the old cuts and the ligi Hashim so but in the has bahadit a tilt ishida a died for bandas ahida plumbing electrical ishi or you baby in the has the old baby whole jish John lay on lay 1965 ahal what it a old yajin as the local whole jish are they the quill betrachna hano hashin so ya hada hadid land can yajigi sa yan na disnil sai on ladies in the belit hidden the program lenigi because even na quinzat and haljisho do on lady be 4,000 that's are halji chinyaj bike they still don't know Quinza think it's Nahalji show 1,350 go a whole jishin the lady be hidden day every year Nahalo facilities that are not kept Hashil Sobich in the height Nanige a nacha Hada Hatnis Ado and the Bada al Tragi Bidol Tragi not Hinsligi Chidel Soy Nadal Fasiki Ado that Chinyaji Sant or Lissiki Ebe Hashil Son Kitchen Nahot in the Do Aya La Anyanda Inilta auto vacancy is so high. Okay, and auto and the whole jish. Are they public pre-K is no leda a Head Start chinyas ECH that was trande kad na haljisho public pre-K OU auto and the bada altranas nilego of the OU preschool programs, face programs, baby face that there's no are they yahakhe. Ade sacho chinyaj ajo enkits enroll da ila. Oko ya benachin no in chinyaj edos trahege ya hatzan. Adop nan ok ad on lady not so sinkiche on volgishin le. Height ala da these nista that it no ban yeah, the siltke. Ado amado aja hashil so but not the parent policy council yisle. On the agency they get the Hamas handle. Basically down na ado on here Navajo Nation School Board. So halate that these need AIK bankage in the hotel facilities, though staffing. Although we have stiff competition with early childhood programs. We don't see them as competition, we just see them as an additional resource to the nation. It has grown early childhood in itself has grown in the field and it's being recognized more so than it was maybe 20 years ago. The importance of early childhood with brain research and everything that we're learning, that the children, the babies, they learn on they at sade holo de oho no ba hanet do nal kaho a bits ado ya o hayu ultra yajin linigi a yilad Bukuk ad ya could in Nahaji Shekhet Allah that these Nisa that it no eba and yada city. Because the infants and toddlers, Aja Ultra Yajiki or you Baha den Handen, Asha Aja North East, Ebikaho Edi Kuja preschool ligi number ye hadot so Kujo bito a wayage dot toddler that had the Kahagi Aja Aja Ultra and Dinigi ba Ada these niche. Donda ande bagano has ano da tino adult niche. The Joshi Ashi Ajo enrollment in Linigi da hodo niche. Joshi bit neat no di not so Linigi bit neat or late Washington. Nyaka Kiado nil so sto be lot or late hit abikiado nyaka dis chipani donda. Ado in the Ashi what they shijo yat eho big in the whole jijo shin which there's opportunities for growth. There's opportunities to look at other communities to bring them back into the Head Start program. And that's basically where we're at right now. It's a starting point for us to come back together to say, let's renew this program. Let's start off. Let's look at avenues that we haven't looked at before. Auto the hanahot it auto the Get bajo de dot niching, bajo ba insina dinot sos and then hadelia. Shinat ani clini. Ishbasan. Auto, Janelle, you want to add anything?
A lot of this is usually going back to historical data. We continuously to keep struggling with Head Start enrollment. We went from 777 to at least almost a little close to 800, 900 children now. The more that we continue to keep declining, it's going to really hinder a lot of our enrollment. Nahasalafiki, Office of Head Start then is going to continue to keep talking to us about what are you going to do, how are these changes are going to be made. So with that, incorporating a lot of the children from birth to 3 would really increase our enrollment with Head Start. We have read that the enrollment is coming from 163 of only Head Start enrollment, but increasing also the birth to 3 to 200 children. So we hope that we're able to go ahead and continue to keep recruiting for the babies to toddler, as well as pregnant mothers.
I don't based on lineage needs in it's not needs in Joe and how it programming with the gate because anigi a chinyas be how the don't need don't die need and it based any on not lead aja needs in Copenhagen di not so he nil do and that nago by the still quite don't need so Ako da also had our nas possible just to be hidden day hot or base had a castle. She quaban see Casey and also some niggy by John Little. Don't the bar charged in a share I had 8 or less quab had a buy needs a plan by he didn't. The centers identified that Yagi converted on Nisha and Niki. Enrollment though application later ya hadn't they ho a database system basa on child plus isne aja be hit so ben nachit go aja dani khala o you amadoja chinyan da inis khala na awayage do and then the had the kahagi toddlers and then he khala na change that need that you know that's in cotton even not no auto ultra ye dos kahagi that's basta basta no that's a stock Nanada Nili, because we had to look at the enrollment statistics, the applications that we have, our wait list. We also looked at the availability of facilities that we have that could meet the code for safety standards to serve infants and toddlers. So how communities and lineage identify Adalia.
So although, in addition to that, we only had five early Head Start centers, home-based centers, two are, about three of them are home-based now. With that, we're going to be increasing that to 25. So making it from 5 to 25 early Head Start centers. So the increase for need is looking at babies.
Yeah, Donna, and committee members, just to let you know on the legislation, on the exhibit A, page 9 and 10, has the information of the wait list by community. And so based off that wait listing and then corresponding with what facilities were available or nearest to that community, that's how it created the listing on page 5 and 6 for our district areas. Well, actually 4, 5, and 6. So it's a topic we got some main call. Nana, this one thing that we don't want to do is lose the $22 million that National Head Start program received. I think that's one of the things that we really need to share with you as well. And so that's one of the other reasons why we converted from 5 early Head Starts to 25 early Head Start, to keep that 22 million coming to the National Head Start program. So the money will still be there, and then staff will also still be there, but again, I think this is a great opportunity based off statistics, based off enrollment applications, recruitments that have been created and done by staff throughout the Navajo Nation to insert the information into Child Plus, which indicates that there is a high volume, a high number of birth to 3-year-olds that are out there. So it is so it is not service committee. Thank you to Regan. So with that, we'll give the floor back and yield for question.
Thank you for your presentation. Mr. Toll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, for presenter, I do support, but yeah, the start of itself can be anything about the community people needs to help. Because in my region area, I have Baca chapter. I used to have 2 Head Start, one at HEHSC, one in Pruitt. That's close. In my area, customarily, I had a modular building for Head Start. That was the case 20 years ago. And in Little the program is barely going. Most of the time it goes. I don't know what's going on. And I go to White Horse Lake. White Horse Lake, and I have a school. And then you go down to the Pada has once, and they're in the modular building, I believe. And Orion, Conquer, and Doho Syndicate don't have them. The reason why a lot of the parents are going to BIE school because they have more benefit. They do home base at 38, yeah. 38 contact. They provide a lot of activities. And then they take them to activities such as close grants. Arjun University, the first ones to continue with the by staff. So, in order to work this program, I think we need more personnel to assist even the parents. A BI school at Brave Pass, that's in BI school, and then we have a Barker, BI. So a lot of parents are enrolled their kids in the park from my area, surrounding area, because they provide a good training program for hiking. So I think I understand the wording about the funding yet. We don't have money to go back. So a lot of these facilities, the community don't have facilities. How can we ask the chapter reader to get big facilities to get little kids in them? Cost. It's gonna cost $1 million to build all that. Of course, I can pay it, but we did over young people. I guess what we need to do is more like advocate for people. And then you combine and a lot of my areas are way far apart. Yeah. So you don't want kids to be driving all day, and the kids in the bus all day. We go to another community. So I think the best thing to do is do a thorough assessment of all these preschool. That's I don't know. I haven't seen anybody in my area questioning about the building that we have. Then, and that's what's going on. So how do we improve the maintenance of the building, truncated across the line? It belongs to the chapter. Right now, the chapter don't have no money to. They can go to New Mexico, it takes whatever to get a building. You gotta have the land, you gotta do the plan and design. They don't give it the money right away. So all I'm saying is good luck. This is gonna work. That's good luck, you know. But you need a lot of personnel. You can't do it after 8 to 5. So I do support the initiative, but how do we maintain the building? Can we ask the chapter to get new ready for them? It takes time. You can do it. Most you get on so the road condition though, road so not paved, rough road. And of course, now in cinch. Of course, you don't try to advantage, you know. Although a lot of these kids, they're on money damage. So the babysitter at 9 pounds. Or come on the of course the holy and general. The I just wonder why my little water chapter is very going. I haven't stopped there. So I'm gonna probably ask them what's going on. So that like I was talking about Barker, we had 2 schools. That's closed. So all the kids over there at Barker into school, we are in school. Everybody are not so the Rue JA and that, they have mid school, county school. The BIE school used to be there, but they combined. Any of us to chair go on new face or 8 or 100 things in I don't know, then this could get this approved, how long is it gonna take to put this initiative in place? It didn't have to be chair. So they thank you.
We'll go ahead and hold off on the response back from you, but I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to, Shadid, Helena, is beginning for questions.
Sharing this legislation to select on their Even early childhood, but many that are received, yeah, but the initial effect. Of course, HEHSC. Ever since I started here, I've been wanting a head start in my delegate regions. Of course, there's some, the Head Start buildings were there, but they're just boarded up. I just thought chapel table a fire, we jump into this early childhood now again. The ADA will be uninsured at early childhood. That's all home based on need. We got that home based on how long the organization is going. The early childhood was really for parents that work. You see, God initial with their low income. It was very like, to be a care facility there. Daycare, students, but early childhood was, really, that was the initiative of bringing this early childhood. To help the low income parents and single parents, so they can work and childcare can be provided. Home base is something that wasn't really, they call it, that's why they call it the FACE program, if that's it, I didn't see to on that. When, this early childhood, you have to have a building with even cribs and things like that there. You have to have a child to staff ratio too, so are we ready for that? And the CHI would be a place to do that too, and I don't see the CHI on there. Because the CHI is a place where we have parents that are, they come into the CHI from other communities to work and age. They're down at the canyons. Probably the same thing for the city. I see the city here, but as a home base. So home base is not going to really help our single parents or low income parents that are working. They still can go out and get a babysitter for them to work. And I understand what you're going to say is that, yeah, we're teaching the child and all that, but other than that, you're supposed to be helping the whole family as a whole too. I've been, like I said, I've been asking for senior it starts to be opened back up in my delegate regions, and that it hasn't happened yet. I think the early childhood now, early childhood has more licensing than just a regular Head Start programs. So, if we have the building set up for them, everything there, the staff there, and our families, our working families, our low income working families out there and getting by. That's where early childhood comes in. Is to be a care provider so that parents can work. Another thing is that even if they're for the Head Start, we need to have extended daycare in that area too. It would be nice to have the extended daycare in there too. That way we can have some parents that work from 8 o'clock till about 5. And this Head Start program only provides services for 4 hours. And then that's when the extended daycare kicks in. That's the kind of services we would need. That way your enrollment as a Head Start program will increase
because you're providing that, the education part, and then you're providing the extended daycare. So, you know, that's where you're enrolled, because other public schools in Otago, they're providing those services, that's why our parents are going that way. So, because I lived in the facility, I had a regular classroom, and then we had extended day with that. So we have parents work out there, so we have to work with the whole family, not just the children. You know, that's like, you know, it's a good plan, but we gotta think about the buildings, and even maintain the buildings. You know, obviously, we need to get those buildings up to date. And, especially with this extended daycare, you know, we have, early childhood. You know, there's gonna be children that are still, you know, in diapers, and then we're still gonna have kids that are on bottles and things like that. It's like, so anything that, you know, the training and everything is different again from being just a head start teacher, bus driver, and so but those are my questions. Is that how we're going to do them? Is the buildings, are they ready? Are you guys? Do you have a time frame to where you're going to start working on these buildings so that they're ready? I don't really support home base. Where they have the children be like this building right here, you give the parents who are there, because not just only you, but on this side, you know, some of them are on general assistance, some of them are on welfare. They're being encouraged to go look for work. So, and they're being told work with your Head Start programs. You know, so you guys have to go hand in hand with them. So thank you for that. That's what I just wanted to share, and just got my questions. What's your time frame on these buildings? Back to you, Dr.
Thank you for your question, Don Frederick. And I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Chair Baines and your agents for a response.
Thank you, Vice Chair and committee members of the Health Education and Service Committee. I will go ahead and refer those questions over to my agent. If you'll go ahead and start.
Okay, all right. In response to Delegate Begay, we do March 1st is the deadline for phase 1 of 2024. And we have 1 year from that date to completely set up all 25 sites. And we do have a plan where we're going to do it in phases. So we have a number of centers, 7 centers within phase 1, and then 7 phase 2, which is slated for the end of July. And then the remaining centers are going to fall in line after that in the 3rd phase. So 7 for every phase that we're going to have as a phase in approach. And then for the plan itself, the grant application was written, the centers that were selected, the centers that we have that we're working with right now was a selection made prior to us arriving at the positions and at the program that we're managing right now. So in order to expand and add additional centers, it would have to go through an amendment within the grant application itself. Right now, we cannot extend funds to centers and communities that are not listed within the grant application. It is a process. We're more than willing to do it. We're going to have to go out and do a community assessment, generate statistics, and go from there to do the amendments through the Parent Policy Council with a resolution, and then on up to the Board of Education, and then of course here to our Oversight Committee, so that those changes and additional communities can be added to our grant application. We are going into our 4th year of our 5-year grant period. So now is a good time to be having those discussions with local chapters and local communities, so that when the 5th year application hanaded now, we can put the amendments in there to add those communities in, so that funding can cover startup costs and so forth, staffing and all of that can go with expanding into and reviving some of the programs in the communities where we are not currently serving. So that opportunity is there. It's just the community assessment needs to happen. And then Mr. Tracy is spearheading meetings with childcare, the development program there. We're planning on going into partnership with them so we can have access to their classrooms and their buildings as well. And then furthering that process down the road to where we have in the plans to do what's called a wraparound service, which means that students will be able to attend Head Start for a certain amount of time, from 8:30 to 1:30, 1:30 to 5 or 5:30 would be going over to childcare, and childcare would be picking those same students up. So that's called a wraparound service. So those right now are in the talks and in the works of an agreement. So once we have an agreement with Department of Child Care under Social Services, we'll be moving forth with that. There is a number of centers that were identified under those meetings and those negotiations that are happening between Head Start and Child Care right now. And then for, are we ready? We did look at the facilities that are on here that are designated for center-based services. It was looked at in reference to health and safety manual. And I'll have Janelle explain that child care safety manual that was referenced to see if the location meets safety standards.
Thank you, Dr. Billy. With that, we do run with children and families, their guidances, policies for their health and safety. With that is looking at staff ratio, the types of facilities that are needed, how many cribs are needed, especially a fire escape crib. A lot of those are intertwined in that the guidance manual with children, caring for children and families. With that too, it also entails looking at our facilities, if facilities need to be updated or renovated to the specs of what is needed for infants and toddlers. And not only that too, it also provides information for Head Start centers as well. Our licensing is based through NAPO sanitation with IHS. And so a lot of our permits do come from our licensing holder with the NAPO Nation, which is IHS, and Office of Environmental Health. A lot of that is usually through our inspections. We do pre-op inspections when it comes to new facilities. They call it a pre-operational phase. And then at the same time too, when the children are inside the facilities, then they do the last of the phase of that operational assessment. And so with that, it gives us the determination whether or not we're able to operate in those Head Start centers. A lot of those could also be at the same time too. And what mentioned was that home base centers, the home base sites as well. That also provides a lot of the leeway to see whether or not we're able to operate the centers through those. So with that, we do have the caring for children that we are going to be referencing a lot into maintaining a lot of the Head Start centers and also the early childhood centers. So we'll have that opportunity in putting this together, but as Dr. Billy has mentioned, we are in the slates of doing them in phases. We're not going to do all 25 all at once because we could fall into the categories of what we may have to see as far as facility updates and renovations.
And then in response to Delegate Holt's questions on staffing, that is a true need. We do need teachers, bus drivers, because a lot of our families have transportation issues, right? They can't afford to bring their kid in the morning and then pick them back up in the afternoon. So that's really not appealing to our community members at this time. So again, just putting ourselves out there and you bringing the issue up, I think that we can go back to our HR team and think of a way of doing a recruitment, not just with students, but also focus the recruitment on staffing as well, doing extensions out there at the chapter level. And then working through our agreements, because we do have a partnership with Navajo Technical University. And with that agreement specifically for teacher preparation programs, but we may definitely need to go back, Mr. Tracy and the team, to negotiate maybe a program for the CDL, to see if we could add that to the partnership, so that that could also increase staffing potential for the program. So thank you for that recommendation. That's what we covered.
Thank you, and that will complete our response. Vice Chair and committee members.
Christine, committee members, do we have any more questions? The staff and Mr. Toll.
Thank you, Chair. This application, this legislation that have application date. When it's supposed to be approved and goes into does this application have to be submitted by when?
It is due December 1st on Friday. It is due with our continuation grant for year 4. So it's going to be a one-time change, because we don't want to trigger 2 award letters. Establishing 2 award letters in our internal nomination financial system puts a burden on operation services for us. So it's best to do it with the continuation grant.
So, Chair, so we deadline's Friday. Okay.
Can I turn it down?
Great, thank you. Just for the record, I do know the Gallup here as vice chair has got a question. So with that, I'll turn it forward to vice chair, if I can go back to
Okay, thank you. Thank you for providing all of that good information. My only, so I'm in agreement with our committee members here is, I would really like to see some kind of survey in our communities, and see what the trend is and what kind of early childhood education parents are seeking at this time. I know phase and first things first and all these things have come up, but certainly with all their research and so those things are good. But I'm just wondering what parents are seeking at this time. What kind of services are they wanting? I can see that that's a good pivot in terms of moving into more of your early childhood, which is baby to pre-toddler, 3 years old. I'm wondering if your funds go to the early childhood. So I'm wondering then, so in the letter it says we're going to take back some money because you don't have enough enrollment in your regular Head Start. So would that money then would that just go towards the early childhood, like the early, the child through 3 years old? So that money, I'm assuming, would just move over there. And I agree with Mr. Toll that communities really need to come together to help figure these things out. And not only in this Head Start situation, but even just in education, BIE schools, as well as tribally controlled schools, and sitting on tests now for 10, 11 months. I'm, hearing over and over and seeing in the graphs and charts how enrollment is decreasing just everywhere. And so you're certainly, although you want to see, you appreciate that you see other agencies and entities as resources, but the bottom line is still they're your competition. Because obviously, clearly in the letter, if you don't have those students / customers, you're getting no money. And so at the end of the day, there's their competition. So in looking at that competition, you're going to be looking at what service can I provide that people really need, that they will come to us for it, that we should provide something that only we can give. And then, so those are, you know, should help spur some creativity and how you can, you know, improve the services, so that more customers come to you. And it's sad that that's the way you have, but that is the reality of it. And I say that even with just in school settings all across the board, those are your customers, you know, and so, and what are you doing to bring them in, you know, so, just you covered just so much, and I appreciate, all of your information, but I really do, you know, and then I think, my sister here asked a really good question. Do you have the enrollment for the, you know, the baby to 3-year-old, and are they gonna be eligible? Because if it is a low income family, I know there has to be some income, you know, and you have enough families out there that meet that income threshold. And that will mean that, you know, we'll be able to take up those spaces. So, I know in my region, the local public school, has put on a pre-K, I mean, has started their pre-K as well. And that has been competition certainly for the local Head Start as well as the local community school. So, it is certainly about who offers probably the better service. And so, so that's just the extent of my questions, comments, and again, I really want to see, and I see there's another, sort of program that I saw that I thought was just really amazing, and you might be familiar with it. It's a nonprofit organization called Sad Padilla, and that's, you know, I think, there's a family or you know, the siblings there that started that group, and really what they're doing is just really amazing. And I would hope and I pray that our Head Start really starts to go that direction. And so, that's something that I think if you were to tailor your Head Start to be that, to also be similar to that program, it might be something that really brings families and kids to your school. So, that's the extent of my question.
Opportunity to Vice Chair, committee members, both on the, at the we'll give it back to you, Chair, and your agents for a response.
Yeah, thank you, both Janez and committee members. With that, I'll give and yield the question over to my agents, Dr. Boo.
Okay. All right, Delegate Simonson, thank you for the questions. I would think that would be an area that we would need to enhance our community assessment in, is also reaching out and getting feedback from families. So we'll go ahead and take that into consideration and add that to a portion of our surveys for the program. And then these are sites that are budgeted for. So you're correct. The money that is slated to be taken back is actually going to be justified to cover the 25 sites for early Head Start. Okay. And so there's really no shift in the budget itself. It's the cost per child to operate early Head Start is actually higher than the Head Start program. So when we looked at the budget, it evened out. So the amount of money that we're going to be moving from Head Start to early Head Start, you'll see no overall changes or impacts to the base budget in the funding application. Okay. And then the other questions, we'll definitely take a look at SAG Edelia and get familiar with that program, because we were looking at revitalizing our immersion program, and we're looking at various approaches on how to appropriately integrate that into our classrooms. With the heart of it, what makes the Head Start program unique is the family component of it, because it's not just the students that we're serving, it's the parents, it's the family, it's the grandparent, and that's what the program is centered around. So a lot of the times when we're thrown academic heavy platforms, we always have to come back to the table, remind everyone that, yes, there is a social services component to our program, which is the families. So that's a program that we're very interested in looking forward into, and looking at ways to revitalize our language out there in the centers. Because we do have teachers that are learning the language alongside the students themselves. So that's been somewhat of a challenge for us too. But we do have high hopes that we're learning the language together. So thank you. Anything else? So, yeah.
Committee members with that, do we have any additional follow-ups? We are still on amendment number 1. Okay, now we will, we do have a motion, we do have a second, and we will amend on amendment number 1. That is this is roll call.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chair, for chairman, members of the House, you have, amendment 1 for legislation number 025323. Minutes, bill,
I will agree.
and delegate, Vince James, how do you vote?
Delegate Jam, what's your?
Thank you. Delegate, Jermaine Simonson, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Thank you. Delegate George Hill, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Delegate Chris Newton, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Pro Tem, we have 5 in favor, and 0 against, and the Chair Pro Tem is ready.
With that, colleagues, we are back on to the main motion. Again, we do have a motion and a second. Are there any questions for the main motion here? Going twice. 3 times, staff will just get a second reading with the new amendment attached, and then we will go into a real public on legislation to try to keep that.
Yes, Chair Pro Tem, we have, your legislation, number 0253-23. And, there is one amendment, and it is to, on page 1, line 28, to make a change, as indicated, as offered, is a Navajo Head Start received a letter attached as exhibit A, dated September 12th, 2023, from the Administration for Children and Families Office of Head Start, in 11, indicating that Navajo Head Start is under enrollment status, is under enrollment status, and that the Navajo Nation, in collaboration with the Office of Health is required to develop a plan for critical activities under enrollment status. And that is the amendment, and subsequently, the renumbering or relettering of succeeding paragraphs that exhibits as necessary and appropriate will be included in exhibit A would become B, and C, exhibit B would become C, and D, the resolution number for the board, Navajo Board of Education, and we have 9 in staff. It should be 2023. And that exhibit B would become D. And also in section of approval, the health system with the managed public people have started emergency plan as attached to exhibit B.
I could think that, NDA as well for the record, colleagues, we are on, voting here now on legislation number 0253-23. There's a reminder, this has final authority here in our test. Delegate Benito.
Green.
Delegate Toll.
Green.
Delegate Simon.
Green.
Delegate
Come on, delegate name was free.
Delegate Nancy.
Probably,
With that, staff, we do have 5 in favor, no opposed, chair votes and not voting. Thank you, congratulations, Uncle James and your colleagues like that.
Thank you. With that, we'll proceed with the agenda, but before I do, I want to indicate the right to fellow chair. We'll take the guy. All right, thank you very much again. Thank you. Congratulations. Start. Yeah, thank you. So with that, that does complete our item number 5, which is new business. So we'll move back up to item number 6, which is receiving report. And we do have a receiving report, a response to HEHSC directive dated November 16, 2023. Directive to Doty and DeBoza to prepare school board apportionments plans. Directive to Doty and DeBoza to amend any remaining gaps in the data presented to the committee. Presenters are Department of Education, Dr. Kayla Yeller here. And Mr. Roy Tracy from the Department of Education, and then from the Neva School Board Association, we do have Mr. Jordan at City Executive Director of DeBoza. So with that, I do believe we do have the 3 individuals here, so you guys can proceed to the table, and we'll hear a report from you. And in regards to your report, we did send over a directive letter to you, and we would like to hear the report based off that directive letter that was given to you on November 16th. I believe there was a draft that was sent over to you by our legal counsel, Ms. Christine Lowe, on that draft directive letter as well. So in regards to that letter, in there, it indicates of the plans that we have directed to you as the Health Education and Human Service Committee here, the school board draft enforcement plan. Have the Department of Education, the Neva School Board Association to work together. meeting to proceed. So with that, presenters, are there any questions? Presenters, if there's no question, your 20 minutes will begin now.
Good morning, Chair Gaines, Vice Chair. Meeting members, thank you for giving us the time to provide a report over regarding school board apportionment plan based on the directive sent this year, February, and just last week. And so with, I am the executive director for the Neville School Board Association, so for the record.
Good morning, my name is Taylor Elser. This is Michelle. I'm student teaching behind this strategic, but there's another. I am the program manager for Cognitive and Navigation.
Program manager, statistician,
So I will start today, we'll go ahead and start with the data, and then, we'll fill in with the plan as we move forward. Okay.
Chair and members of the health and human services committee. We've been through this maybe a couple of times presenting data that we received from DLE. And so in the process of the cleaning data process.
Recording in progress.
We initially requested
Unmute. Can't hear anybody.
You have a total of, and this is what George will go over, Mr. City will go over on the third page. Once we did that, we listed largest to smallest. We deleted the unknowns or unidentified, which were kids that did not have a CIB on file. I'm sorry, the kids that did not have a chapter affiliation on file, or kids that were of another tribe. So for example, you'll see in some of the residential, there's a high number of unknowns. That could be because there were a high number of Hopi kids that were there, or same thing with Navajo Prep. There's a high number of kids that came from other tribes and therefore did not have chapter affiliations. We then deleted the chapters with less than 10. So less than 10 kids that had chapter affiliations, 10 parents that had less than, that were affiliated with chapters. So we left all single digits off the list. We then recalculated that total. We then, from that point, you take that total number. So you look at that number and then you divide by the number of board members based on enrollment. So and then from there, you kind of break down the different board seats based on that division. We did that for every single one of these clusters. So go ahead, Mr. City, you want to reflect?
Thank you, Dr. Yellow Hair, and also again, HEHSC committee. One of the things, if you notice in number 5 of the methodology, we took out all of the single digit chapters. So what we mean by that is, like, let's say if a chapter had only, let's use Tohajili as an example. If Tohajili had students who are coming from a Peru chapter in the single digits 1, 0, or 1 to 9, we didn't include them in this apportionment plan. So if you notice within the first set, Black Mesa Community School, Pinyon Community School, if you look at the numbers from the first and second page, and also the numbers that is listed, there's 211 students. So with that, there's only 174 students that we are taking into. So if you look at it, there's only 4 board members in that position. So with Black Mesa Community School, Pinyon Community School, the majority of the students are coming from Pinyon. So there's going to be 2 Pinyon chapter seats, 1 Whipplewell chapter, and then 1 at large for Black Mesa and Low Mountain. Second is going to be Chimbito with Rough Rock.
Can I say something really quick? Yes. So given that there was one of the directives was to put a plan together for Rocky Ridge, Black Mesa, and Pinyon together. If you go to the end of the tribally controlled schools, the last page, you'll see that plan there. Adding in Rocky Ridge boarding schools changed up the listing of chapters. So now you have 1 seat going to Tisto, 1 seat going to Hard Rock, 2 seats going to Pinyon, and 1 at large for Whipplewell, Black Mesa, and Low Mountain. And we did this because it was a part of the directive. However, there are 2 different types of schools in that listing. So Rocky Ridge Boarding Schools is a BIE school. The other 2 are tribally controlled schools. At this point, they have not historically been combined or been able to be combined. And so we need to do more research for whether or not that's actually possible. So we did put it on there, but it's a recommendation at this point to keep them separate until more research can be done on that. We also did ask BID about that, and we're waiting on a response.
So one of the things that it's listed in 25 CFR is as far as residential tribally controlled schools and then also bureau operator schools, they're all separate. So that you have to think about it as 3 different education institutions. So one's residential, which is Pinyon Community School. It has a kindergarten. Second would just be a K3, I think, Black Mesa, and then you have Rocky Ridge, who is a K6, I believe. And so bureau operated schools, they follow Public Law 95-561, and then for the grant schools, it's 100-297. So with that, we separated it into tribal community control schools and also bureau operated schools, and that's why you're going to see schools who are close to each other, but One is government operated and the other is grant schools, tribally controlled. So that's why they're not combined. So second is going to be Chilchimbito with Rough Rock Community School, 2 schools. Representatives will be 2 from Rough Rock, 2 from Chilchimbito, totaling 4 board members. Next is going to be Bealcon Community School with Greasewoods Community School. Representatives would be 2 from Bealcon chapter, 1 from Greasewood Springs chapter, 1 at large from Cornfields chapter and Steamboat chapter, and then 1 at large Keystone and Indian Wells chapter, totaling 5 board members. With this one, Wide Ruins is, it was pretty difficult to do this one because Hunters Point, Wide Ruins, Mini Farms, Noslini, and Greasewood Springs were all within 30 miles of each other, or it became really difficult. And so I think that's why the phone call went to Ms. Lowell as far as how do we define geographic miles. So if you notice in the 3rd column, it's going to be mileage that's based on road miles. So next is going to be Tisnalvithy with Hanaklik Community School, 20 miles apart. The representatives would be 3 from Nayizi, 1 at large from Herpino, Shiprock, and Pueblo Pintado. Next is going to be option 1 for the Fort Defiance Agency area. The first one is going to be Hunters Point with Kenduslichi Otka and Wide Ruins Community School. The representatives would be 1 from St. Michael's, 1 from Kenduslichi, 1 from Plagato, 1 at large with Ganado and Cornfields, 1 at large with Wide Ruins and Nahatati and Fort Defiance. The second option for those schools, or the second option for 2 of those schools, Kenduslichi Otka Nazlini Community School, we would have representatives, 1 from Kenduslichi, 1 from Nazlini, 1 from Ganado, 1 at large with Ganado and Cornfields, totaling 4 board members. So as mentioned, Wide Ruins Community School, I think Kenduslichi Otka is in the middle of all the schools. Next is going to be Loop Schools with Little Singers Community Schools. Representatives would be 2 from Bird Springs City, 1 from Loop, 1 at large with Loop and Tulani Lake, totaling 4 board members. We did think about putting Conflemid Dorm out in Flagstaff with this one, but it was quite a ways, 42 miles. And so we left it as a standalone. Next one is going to be Luka Chigai with Rock Point Community School, 34 miles apart. 2 from Rock Point representatives will be 2 from Rock Point, 2 from Luka Chigai, 1 at large with Round Rock with Saley Wheatfields. The next one is going to be Navajo Preparatory School with Sassy, which is 28.4 miles apart. The chapter representatives would be 3 from Shiprock, 1 at large with Crown Point, Hogback, Sonosti, 1 at large with Chinle chapter, Tuba City chapter, and Fort Defiance chapter. These aren't agency positions. The second option would be putting Kings Bay Residential with Sassy, which is 42 miles apart. The chapter representatives would be 2 from Shiprock, 1 at large with Usnuzbunts with Red Valley, 1 at large, 2 Gray Hills with Sonosti and Nukem, 1 at large with Hogback and Gadi, totaling 5 board members. So Kintail is actually closer to Tisnalvithy than Sassy. I think one of the Shiprock Associated Schools Incorporated. And so, but we figured it would be more feasible to have it with northern agents. So, I think with Tisnalvithy it was 32 miles. 36 miles. 36. The second one is going to be, or next is going to be Tisyakin Residential Hall and Winslow Residential Hall. which is 32.9 apart. Chapter representatives would be one from Gilcon, one Greasewood Springs, one at large with Tisto and Ganado, totaling 3 board members. The standalone schools would be Alamo Navajo with 5 board members, all from Alamo. Chochkai Community School with 4 board members, coming from 2 from Tehachapi, 1 from Twin Lakes, 1 at large with Nosh Chidi, Coyote Canyon, Mexican Springs, and Church Rock. Next is going to be Gray Hills Academy School with 3 board members, all 3 from Tuba City chapter. You notice we included Tonalea in there, and as far as the percentage, it's a small percentage that's coming from Tonalea in comparison to Tuba City, and so that's why Tonalea doesn't have a representative. For Kempana Dorm in Flagstaff Residential, there would be 3 board members coming from 2 Tuba City, Tonanisteza, 1 at large with Chinle and Fort Defiance chapter. Next is going to be Kingsdale Residential. The representatives would 3 chapter representatives will be coming from 1 from Sonosky, 1 from 2 Gray Hills, and 1 at large from Red Valley and Shiprock. Next is going to be Kingsdale Residential is in the cluster group with Navajo Prep and then also Sassy and the previous clusters. Next is going to be Lukachigai, 5 board members, 4 coming from Lukachigai, 1 at large for Saley Wheatfields and Round Rock. Committee members. Next would be Mini Farms Community School, standalone, 5 board members, 2 from Mini Farms, and then 2 Mini Farms, 2 from Chimley Chapter, 1 at Round Rock. Next is going to be Nazis on Community School, 3 all from them. Next is going to be Nutnejin, Jolska, and Torion. All 3 seats would be coming from Nutnejin. Next is going to be Navajo Prep with 4 board members, 2 coming from Shiprock, 1 coming from Crown Point, 1 at large Fort Defiance chapter, Chinle chapter, and Tuba City chapter. Next is going to be Pine Hills Community School, 5 board members, all coming from Raymond Navajo. Next is going to be Richfield Residential, 3 board members, 2 coming from Tuba City chapter, and 1 coming from Benahoto. Next is going to be Rock Point Community School, 5 board members, 4 coming from Rock Point, 1 coming from Round Rock. Next is going to be Shiprock Associated Schools Incorporated, 4 board members, 3 coming from Shiprock, 1 coming from Hogback. Next is going to be Shanto Preparatory School, 5 board members, 3 coming from Shanto, 1 from Inscription House, 1 at large with Navajo Mountain, Tonalea, and Kaibito. Next is going to be Tohajale Community School, 5 board members, all coming from Tohajale.
And just to insert here, so there was nothing in the directives about the current satellite schools, so Alamo, Tohajale, Richfield, Pine Hill schools, and one more. No, there's currently 3. Yeah. Richfield, so sorry, there's 4. So there was nothing in the directive about what to do with the current satellite. So we kept them as satellite standalone. The ones that are in here right now that are standalone, so such Rock Point, Sassy, Shanto, not these on, the ones that are after the standalone title. We could have put them into some of the groups that were listed above, but due to the 30 miles, we didn't. So it makes sense to put some of them in some of the standalones back into a cluster, but we were cognizant of that 30. So one of them was like 38.9 miles. That was, we didn't want to go as far over 30 miles as much. We did, now it makes sense because there's not every community exactly 30 miles apart. And so there was a need to balance like that sort of common sense judgment of, is 40 miles close enough? Or are we sticking strictly with the 30 miles and nothing? If it's 30 miles and under, then the ones that have the options, those are the ones that we would need to discuss, or I'm sorry, the ones with the yellow are the schools that we would need to be adjusted. That's all.
So last, with the directive with Rocky Ridge Boarding School, Black Mesa Community School, and Pinon Community School. Per the directive, we did this combination of school board members, 5 board members, 2 coming from Pinon, 1 coming from Hard Rock, and then 1 coming from East, or 2 coming from Pinon, 1 from Hard Rock, 1 from Tisto, 1 at large for Whipwell, Black Mesa, and Low Mountain. So as mentioned before, there are different types of school on the Navajo reservation, one including the community control school, which is what Navajo Nation recognizes our schools as, bureau operated schools ran by the government, and residential halls and dormitories. So this is kind of in a mix of both bureau operated and grant schools. And so with that, that is the plan per the directive that was sent over last week. Chair, HEHSC committee members.
Yeah, the second, the last portion of the report is the bureau operated schools. But we followed the same methodology as we did. These were a little bit, well, again, we ran into the 30 miles or less issue with 2 clusters. And then the standalone, again, those are the ones. So there was when it comes to outliers, there are outlier schools, Crystal Boarding School being one, and Sebadalkai being one for bureau operated. Those were the ones that we sort of, again, could put them with a close cluster, but it was over the 30. And then lastly, the residential. So we have 5 residential programs. That's where the number 5 comes in. There are 5 residential programs. It makes sense to put those together. However, they are spread apart by more than 30 miles. So thinking about strategy as far as the type of policies or the type of operational issues that may come with residential schools, that's something that we recommend the committee think through as far as where, if it makes sense to keep residential together or keep them in local clusters. But they're not as close to the school clusters. They're more than the 30 miles. Okay, go ahead.
I apologize. I forgot to go over the bureau operated schools. And so this one, it was still kind of in the same boat. So for bureau operated, there was Aneth Community School in East Nazbans, 4 board members coming, 2 from Aneth Community School, 1 from East Nazbans, 1 at large with East Nazbans and Red Mesa. Next is Baca Gloyeja Community School with the Bayeja Habitin, 5 board members, 3 coming from Baca Pruitt, 1 Casimiro Lake, 1 at large with Little Water, Theroux, and Smith Lake. The second option for the Baklabato area would be Baklabato with Ninut-Nizad, 4 board members, 2 from the Ninut-Nizad, 1 from Shiprock, 1 at large with San Juan, Upper Fruitland, and Baklabato. Next is Bright Springs Day School, Chichilka, 24 miles apart, 4 board members, 2 coming from Chichilka, 1 from Red Rock, and then 1 from Bright Springs. Next is Jaytes Day School and Jaytes Elementary, Conwood Day School, 22.9 miles apart, 5 board members, 2 from Whippoorwill, 1 from Setlane, Cottonwood, 1 from Low Mountain, and 1 from Touchy Blue Gap. Next is gonna be Cove Day School, Red Rock, 3 board members, 1 from Red Valley, 1 from Cove, 1 at large with Red Valley and Cove. Next is gonna be the Nahotso and Kayenta, 27.3 miles apart. 5 board members, 2 coming from Kayenta, 2 from the Nahotso, 1 at large with Chimbato and Ojato. Next is Kaibato and Tonalia Day School, 23.4 miles apart. 5 board members, 2 from Tonalia, 2 from Kaibato, 1 at large with Inscription House and the Chief. Next is gonna be Lake Valley Navajo School, East Oze, Baoltka, Seiaha Community School, 30 miles away each from East Oze, Baoltka. 5 representatives would be 1 from Crown Point, 1 from Standing Rock, 1 at large for Little Water and Vicente, 1 at large for Nahadeshkij and Coyote Canyon, 1 at large for Lake Valley and White Rock. Next is gonna be Mariano Lake with Wingate Elementary School and Wingate High School. 5 board members, 1 coming from Pinedale, 1 coming from Ayumbato, 1 at large with Church Rock and Red Rock, 1 at large with Mariano Lake and Seattle, 1 at large for Chichilka, Crown Point, Red Rock, Manuelito, Smith Lake, and Standing Rock. Next is gonna be Pueblo Cantado with Ojo Encino. 5 board members, 2 coming from Ojo Encino, 1 from Pueblo Cantado, 1 at large with Torreon and Pueblo Cantado, 1 at large with Whitehorse and Counselor. Next is gonna be Sonasti and Tohanle. 21 miles apart, 3 board members, 1 coming from Sonasti, 1 from Two Great Hills, Totalina. 1 at large with Sonasti and Newcomb. Standalone schools would be Crystal Boarding School with 3 board members, 2 from Red Lake, 1 from Crystal. Next would be Mini Farms High School, 5 board members, 1 from Mini Farms, 1 from Lucatugai, 1 from Chinley Chapter, 1 from Round Rock, 1 at large for Saley, Wheatfields, and Rough Rock. Next is gonna be Pine Springs Day School with 3 board members and all 3 coming from Hulk. But even to include into the directives, last page is gonna be Rocky Ridge Boarding School, standalone. 4 board members, 2 from Tisto, 2 from Hard Rock. Next is gonna be Sebadelkai Boarding School, 3 board members, 2 from Tisto, 1 from Dilcon. Next is gonna be Tuba City Boarding School, 5 board members, 4 from Tuba City Chapter, 1 at large with Tonalia, Cameron, Coal Mine, Botaway Gap, and Hard Rock. So as mentioned before, this is using road miles and not geographic miles. And one of the things that we ran into, I think it was Chilchimpito and Black Mesa, as close as they are together, it'll take it's pretty much climbing a mountain to get one to each of the schools. So even with that, what is it called? Torreon, Nutnagin, and Hanaglin, again, they're within the 30-mile radius. But then again, just road miles is gonna take about an extra 30, 40 miles. And that was the same case with Greasewoods and Wide Ruins. 50 miles. 50 miles? Okay. So, I mean, even with this, the data that was given, I wasn't in the planning stages of Plan 6, but this is how Plan 6 was put together. From my understanding, taking out the single digits of single digit chapter affiliated students. And so that's how Plan 6 was put together. And if you really notice, one of the ones that are, as far as like, one of the biggest discrepancies that I see is probably Navajo Prep. Because when we took out the single digit, it took out almost 120 students. And so that's why the representation went from 5 to 4 students. And so I know Navajo Prep is often an agency representative for each of the agencies. And so that's one of the things that we looked at. If anything, it'd probably be best to group them with another school. I think that's one of the things that we had mentioned during that time. And so even one of the things that we have been looking at too, which the Bureau operated schools still recognize, is the attendance boundaries. I know Eastern Agency does have attendance boundaries where each school is not to cross chapter borders in a way. And if a parent were to take their student from, let's say, Tohajale to Wingate, Tohajale Community School as a homeschool, would have to release that student. And with that, they relinquish all chapter rights, chapter rights within that chapter. So Tohajale would now be would not have any representation with Wingate, and vice versa, that would happen. And so as far as this regionalized plan, as mentioned, 30 miles was the directive, and it says no more than 30 miles. So we ran into the issue of the 32.9, like really right over 30 miles, and that became an issue. And we didn't want to go back to the drawing board, and we all agreed that 35 would be the most reasonable. So we apologize that we went over 30 miles for some of the cluster schools. And then even as mentioned, one of the things that I've noticed, I do work with more of the Bureau operated schools. So following 25 CFR is something that we have to follow. And as far as consolidating schools, you would actually have to do full-on consultation with the Bureau of Indian Education. And that's one of the things that we have been commenting or even reporting on as far as consolidating schools. So in a way, Navajo Nation could get in trouble. One of the recommendations going to our first initial plan, our recommendation would still sit on individual school boards for each of the schools based on the comments that we had received from administrators, school board members, and stakeholders. And if anything like this were to happen, it has to be like a good 5-year plan in order for us to move forward. And so with that, Chair, HEHSC committee members, that would be the BOSBA's comment. Or the Doty, the BOSBA report, and then the BOSBA's comment. There.
How many minutes? 4 minutes left.
I think one of the things that we went through, that's important to say, is that we validated the data several ways. So during the point of cleaning the data, from that initial list that we got from BIE, there are things that are outside of our control as far as what even getting parents to state their affiliation of chapter is a choice in BIE schools. So if there was a high number or any unidentified, I'm looking at Rocky Ridge right now, there was 9 unidentified. Now that could be 9 kids maybe coming from Hopi, or maybe they're 9 kids that parents, because kids aren't registered with chapters, that's important to say. These are parental affiliations. Now as a parent, when I enroll my kids, I put my husband's chapter affiliation and I put my chapter affiliation. So even with that, we're 2 different chapters. So if the school, there's no set protocol for the person who was inputting this data into NACIS to say, look at the mother's lineage or look at the father's or whatever that is. So what we did, once we got this data and we ran it, the holes, like Mr. Tracy had did, the big gaps that we went back to, even in some cases, the schools themselves to verify and validate on that day, 10/4/23, what was the chapter affiliations of the kids and their parents of that day. So there are reports that can be run from NACIS. The gap is whether or not schools are doing that accurately and timely. So that is one thing that I would just like to mention as far as the gaps and where they came from and the issues that we kind of worked through.
Thank you, staff and Jordan, Mr. City, Chair and members of the committee. I think this is important to remember, you know, this partnership that we just formulated, you know, we talked about this in length and that we would like to pursue this for the next apportionment study. However, validity of data is an issue, which within my office, the integrity of the data, any research that we do, there's an integrity process. And so that integrity process was not applied to this. The integrity we rely on is the Bureau of Indian Education and the reporting system that the Bureau of Indian Education governs, called the NACIS system. And so we are meeting with BIE at the moment, by the way, and it's a bi-monthly meeting, and we're ironing out these types of issues, not just the apportionment, but also things like data sharing agreement and other operational issues, bus routes and things like that. Their DPA sections and their ERCs and things like that, or technical assistance to the schools. And so we both committed to improving the system. And I think the critical thing is for the tribally controlled schools, as well as BIE, the BIE operating schools, is to somehow increase that governance over data validity. That's important where our office comes in to research and the data validity. And so in our process with the BOSBA representatives, that day they would call directly to the school and speak with their data representatives, who are the same people that would be submitting data to DOTI for our annual math and EL English performance measures reports that we do, and we also do that for our enrollment. So just one concern there. Of course, that comes with Title 10 amendments. With Title 10 amendments, which was suggested by the committee, and we are looking at that as well too. Just there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You exceeded your additional 20 minutes, so with that, that will conclude your presentation. Committee members, is there a motion and a second in regards to the quarter-minute presentation that we received on the education and the Network High School Board Association? Motion made by second by Honorable Curtis Yanito. Committee members, questions regarding the presentation that we received. Honorable Cole.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Also, Jody and the NAPO auto staff and committee, I appreciate it for your presentation. My concern and question is, was this part getting together and working? We always say teamwork, everywhere we go. So the other one I'm questioning is, basically that, are you saying that this we violated the integrity of the education. Tell me, is there in the law or procedures that you're talking about? I thought this body has that right to instruct, direct the education and every student. The other question I'm gonna ask you is, was the attorney involved in this planning? Or is it just among yourself as an education also in the bill? It didn't regulate children. It wasn't that hard to get together and put this plan together. So it didn't have a wish to, and then later on, I'm gonna have some more questions. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tom. Go ahead, presenter, response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Delegate Paul, thank you for that. It was hard to find our schedule to match up to try to get as many representatives involved in this process, but nonetheless, we accomplished the task here, and we feel pretty good about it. We were a little hesitant with the BOSBA in the room as well. We had to verify a number of times through Mr. Ed City. And Mr. Ed City gave his insurance that BOSBA also was I'm glad that we were working together and that we got validated what data we put on the spot at that time. The integrity of the data is not cited in law or policy. It is a common training technique that most statisticians and such carry, and that's something that we apply. Internally, we have policies within the Department of Education that cite the integrity and validity of data sets. In the past, I think if you remember in 2020, there were questions of data that were submitted by BIE that were questioned. So we had to go back and validate that. Our office validates data through a reliable system, such as NACIS, for example. NACIS is a governed a system that has policies and procedures. It's a well-known national system that's used. And so we tend to have a sense of what we call reliability of data. That the accuracy of that data has to be reliable. I know BIE has policies that they have for their NACIS system. So when schools upload data into the NACIS system, they are actually validating, saying that information is correct, it is valid, it is reliable. And so there are anomalies that exist that can accentuate data that will not be validated. And so we call those, you can apply different types of statistical analysis to that. They sometimes come in deviations, they come in error mean. And so with that process, when we apply the statistical aspects of this, for example, one method is removing a single digits, for example, less than 10. If you leave the unknown counts in there or the less than digits, it can skew the upper numbers that have 60, 50 or whatever. And so we've applied some of these areas, and you know, sitting with the BOSBA for those 2 days, 3 days, and having the BOSBA representatives contact their schools and ask their data team to pull those numbers was one way of assuring that the validity was there. I mentioned this because in our office, you know, the whole system needs improvement from the Bureau of Indian Education and the reporting process that the schools have to endure, just like our state agencies. They use different types of student information gathering systems. And so in our Office of Educational Research and Statistics, we have amendments to Title 10 that strengthen these reporting processes. And these would be applicable to just federally controlled schools.
And so we've made those amendments in the past. Those have been on standby. Because in the past, this type of issue has always come up with the DSAT, for example, that was a big issue. So as a state education agency, we have to have a validated and a reliable system that we can use and make some good judgments using data. And so the Title 10 amendments are there. You know, I guess my office can really just run with that piece, or maybe we take a look at the whole entire system of Title 10. And because data relies on a number of other factors, not just the data itself. If not, it just doesn't work like that. There's qualitative and there's quantitative data as well too. So in a most simple explanation, the data that we collected, there is no law, there's no policy for that. We looked at the legislation where it says we will collect accurate and valid data. And so we took that with a grain of salt to query schools to clean up the data. The data report that came from BIE was about maybe 80% accurate, 80% accurate. And so DeBosba really helped at the end by calling the schools and clarifying chapter affiliation counts, and then also enrollment counts as well too. So.
Okay, does that complete your response?
Yes, and the attorneys, there were no attorneys
There are no
involved.
attorneys involved.
We did get guidance on the directive, which both DeBosba and Doty had questions on, but it came down to the last minute where we just said, we got to do this. So that Wednesday, we formulated a team with DeBosba and we worked on this Thursday, Friday, and Monday, and even in Tuesday. So.
Okay, all right, thank you. Really one quick question. Who's the owner of the Nexus? And if it's BIE, if it's Fredo, it gets very interesting. Because you guys are aware of Tibbetts. Through Tibbetts, you know that we cannot get accurate information, accurate data information regarding education, regarding public safety, regarding Indian Health Service. And so I think it starts from there at the federal level when it comes to database. As long as we've gone to Tibbetts, as long as I have gone to Tibbetts, we've never received accurate numbers for these three areas. And we continue to ask, how do you do your budget formulation? What is your breakdown? What numbers are you utilizing to get numbers to the Navajo Nation? Per one child, how much is being disseminated to the Navajo? Per adult, per elderly, down the line, how are you doing your budget breakdown per Navajo people? And so it comes back very interesting. So now you guys are here, and I think it's just one of those that BIA just does not want to share. Because once they share the accurate information, they know that we're going to get busy over here doing our math on how much each student is actually worth. That's the reason why they don't want to share the accurate information. And that's what we've been fighting for, myself and my colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And that's the reason why we go to Tibbetts. That's the reason why we go to DC. And we make these arguments, but again, I find this very interesting regarding your database, but again, I think you guys could step up to you guys can take it furthermore and creating your own database, creating your own information for scenarios in this case. And if you cannot get accurate information from DIE, then put it in writing, let us know. That gives us more arguments to make at the Hill in DC when it comes to Tibbetts. So it gets very interesting, but understand you guys, but I know you guys have been talking about creating a database. Do it, okay? I don't know what's stopping you guys. I don't know what's making you guys irritable from creating that. Maybe it's that, maybe it's money. I have no idea, but you know, it can be done. You guys did it. But it would have been nice if we would have received all of this information earlier too. We gave you a directive, back on February 15th. That's been almost over 9 months now. But this is what we should have been receiving of your integrity concerns, of all the different issues regarding data. Since then, from then on, I've been done for the I appreciate that. So, soccer. Yes, this is much but we're not done sucking on all the suckers. So still gotta get a lot of work done. So we did with that. So just wanted to ask about the ownership of the Matrix and go from there. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Thank you, Chair, thanks, and for the presentation as well. Just a few clarifying questions. So on the first page, the list of schools, all schools. So on the enrollment, that enrollment is consistent across all schools, meaning they were obtained on the same day count, the same school year, the same, etc. That's my first question. The next question I have is under the parameters, under page 3, under methodology, number 4, delete unknown, unidentified. On that one, what was the largest number that you realized that had to be deleted because it was unidentified? And then what school did that impact? And then the next question I have is for Mr. City.
What is it?
The next question I have is for you. In your statement, in your closing remarks, you did indicate that an abomination, and I quote, an abomination can get in trouble. Is that what interrelating VIE with grant? Because I know they do operate on separate policies, but was that statement simply for those differences in operation? And if that's the case, how impactful would it be if we just kept and consolidated VIE with grant schools when it comes to regionalizing some of these schools that are listed here? So those are my questions right now. Thank you, Jack.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Ness. With that, I'll give it back to the presenter, and then after that, we'll go to the Honorable Vice Chair.
So I can just really quickly ask, or the unknowns, just a quick search. So Gray Hills had 19 unknowns. Flagstaff Dormitory had 21. Sassy has 38. And Winslow Residential has 39. Those are the TCS. If you give me I'll pass it to Jordan, and I'll do the BIE if you would like that too.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Chair, committee members. Going back into Mr. Tole's question, it wasn't hard. I think this is one of the things that I have been really wanting to get sit down at the table with Board of Education, Department of Education, really move education forward. As you know, when you were a board member, that's one of the things that I often reported is that we need to work together. We need to sit at the table. Let's talk education. And going over the data, going over the issues, going over the data, creating this plan, we brought several issues to the table. One of the things that I've noticed is that the bigger issue we aren't covering as far as BIE being held accountable to Navajo Nation. And then going off the question to Honorable James. As far as NACIS, from what I know and what I've heard and from the reports that I received, all of the Bureau operated schools should be handling NACIS at the local level because it is a federal program and they get federal funding. As far as the community control schools, the grant schools on Navajo Nation, the BIE gives NACIS to them as a guidance, as a tool. Most of the schools on Navajo Nation do use NACIS. I believe there's a couple of them. I'm not really sure which schools they were, but I don't know if they're Navajo Nation or outside of Navajo region, but they do use their own NACIS type portal. And so with that, there comes a lot of liability with NACIS or even handling personal identifiable information, which is the student's information. And I think that's why BIE is so reluctant to give all that data to Navajo Nation, because once that information gets released, we don't know who's going to be liable, because we don't know if parents are going to be able to sue the Navajo Nation. We don't know if parents are going to be able to sue the Bureau of Indian Education. And there's, being that we're going into a technology age, like further into technology age, it's easier to hack these systems. So I know a lot of the grant schools on Navajo Nation, they have BIE come to the schools to review the data that they have. And so one of the things that the BOSBA had requested of the previous HEHSC committee and also the Bureau of the Board of Navajo Board of Education is to really dig deep into the COVID funding that BIE had. They took 10% off the top, and it was about $150 million that went to BIE administration. And so one of the things that we had pushed for, advocated for, is in hopes that Board of Education and the previous HEHSC committee was going to do, is that to hold the BIE accountable. If you really look at the data, the statistics, 30% of that administrative funding should have went to Navajo Nation. With that, Department of Education could have built their IT infrastructure. They could have built their own NACIS type portal. And that's one of the things that we advocated. Once we reported it, it just stopped from there. But we continued to advocate and request from the BIE, what did you do with this $150 million? Because for sure, you don't need all that money for just administration. Your schools need it. Going into Dr. Nez, your question regarding the data, it was all taken from October 4th, 2023. But one of the things that I would comment is that we're using the current school year's data, chapter affiliations. We didn't look at the years before. So this is more an apportionment plan that is based on last month's data. And then going back to Dr. Nez, as far as the Navajo Nation getting into trouble, one of the things that the Bureau of Indian Education director has to do, if such consolidation does happen, it has to be approved by the director himself, which means the tribe, the schools affected, the stakeholders affected, that's where consolidation happens, or consultation happens. And I know they did one consultation because they wanted to put Cove Day School and Red Rock Day School together. And so they wanted to consult with their stakeholders in that region to see if it was feasible. Because the tribal support cost is the one that's affected, because this current Plan 6, the regionalization of board members, there is one governing board for one of the schools has 8 grant schools. So with that, funding could be decreased. It hasn't happened yet, But if we continue to cluster these schools or regionalize these schools, it will affect the local level as far as their human resources department, their business offices. As far as the administrative cost grant, that would be reduced as well. So with that, it's only with the grant schools on that information. So, and
Infinite.
go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, the owner of NACES is Infinite Campus.
Contracts with.
Yeah,
Yeah,
VIE contracts with them.
Yeah, and VIE contracts with Infinite Campus as the SIA system. VIE also contracts with Pearson for their academic assessments.
And the Bureau operated unknowns. Tuba City Boarding School had 83. Wingate Elementary, 23. Wingate High School, 17. Red Rock Day School, 21. And then Mini Farms High School had 10. That's kind of on the notable, but not, a lot. So those are all the unknowns.
That complete your response? Is that it? With that, Honorable Vice President.
Thank you, Chair James. My question, comments. I'm trying to make sense of all of this. Also, it comes from some frustration, which I'm sure you all have been feeling for the year, 2 years now. One, I get it that by the powers of whoever wrote the law, that they gave HEHSC the responsibility to do this. And I'm trying to understand why. Why is it up to me to determine how school boards and schools should operate? I'm having a hard time with that because again, these schools are their own entities, their own businesses, their own, they're set up, especially grant schools or, probably have their articles of incorporation and set themselves up in a way that they can govern themselves and they can run independently. They decide everything, even making their own personal policy rules and all of that good stuff. So then and that's why I'm sitting here thinking, how is this up to me, to determine how these places should operate? But I guess unless we change the law, I have no choice. That's my business, I guess, not my choice. So it kind of, you can decide to answer this question or not, and I don't want you to go into some long detail about it, but I often sit and wonder, since one of you is Doty, you have oversight of all the tribally enrolls, tribally controlled schools, and then there's the BOSBA in working with school boards. And I look at your two entities who probably has more, you're the more experts in the way in seeing how the schools are running and how they should run, etc. And oftentimes I think if you could design this the way you want, what would that even look like? And I would hope, I'm new to the nation. I've never worked for the nation. I've not ever been on council. But the past 10 months, I'm seeing that departments and programs have a real hard time coming before us and being really clear and honest, because a lot of times they're fearing retaliation, which is sad to me, because I need to understand programs and divisions at that level, that are things really working within these departments. And if they're not, then say it. you know, just tell me what part is not working. And you're the ones who are out there day to day working on this. We're only gonna touch it here for a few hours, then we're on to our next thing. And we have a whole mess of things. And we don't have the time and energy to be spending on this 8 hours, 16 hours a day, whatever, however much you spend on it. And thank you for the work you do. But I always wonder if it were up to you, how would you do it? And like, would you even be willing and to sit here and say, well, look, here's the way we should do it, you know? And I myself wouldn't be upset about it. I would appreciate that. But, you know, but in any case, I'm not asking you to, you know, if you don't feel comfortable answering that, then don't. The other thing is, you said, so it really is up to the schools, you know, so with the BIE, it is up to the school to report because they use NACES to report is what I'm understanding. And already I know that Rocky Ridge boarding school numbers are wrong. And so I don't know if like T-Stowe, there's just no way 57 people or chapter affiliations come from T-Stowe. Rocky Ridge is way out there in a rural community. And the only people that go to school there are the people from there. And so and T-Stowe is more Delcon region. So I'm really trying to understand how 57 kids how are they affiliated with T-Stowe? This is crazy. So I'm asking the school right now, and this is where it's really important. If there are schools listening on Zoom right now, and you all are coming to us, because initially when we all first got in back in January, all the complaints were piled up from the school about, don't go and rescind something, and it's crap, and da. But then if the schools are listening right now, I just want to say that the information you enter into NACES is important, because that is absolutely critical, and that's how we're being forced to make that determination of because that's one of the parameters is, you know, where of the kids that go to these schools, which community are they coming from? And that's the school's responsibility to collect that and enter into NACES. I don't know what tribally controlled schools where they enter that. I still don't know. But so I just want to say to the schools, what you enter is absolutely important, because that's not my job. I'm not the one at the school working and enrolling kids and entering that information in there, but I'm relying on that information. So through the data that you collected, and I can't even say that you collected the data wrong, because I mean, or you got the wrong numbers. It wasn't your fault. You pulled it from NACES. So it's whoever it is that put it into NACES. So I have to go back to my local school and say, hey, if these numbers truly are correct, you're gonna get a board member from T-Stowe, and they're gonna be like, what? And they're already gonna freak out. And then they're gonna be mad at me again because I made them get a board member from T-Stowe. So any case, it's just, I don't know how else to describe this sex to say such a hot mess. And that's being polite. So those are my, you know, just NACES being a reliable data, you know, I'm questioning that now. And I heard you say BID systems need to be updated. But there's just so many issues here, but I'm glad that you guys, you both got a chance to sit down and really look at some of these numbers, look at some of these situations, really look at the schools and where they're situated in proximity. But it's really interesting to me that, you know, what you brought up with the chapter affiliations with the parents, you know, and who is the parent that is providing that information. So it just so much interesting and things I've learned here up to this point. So I just wanna, you know, I'm just curious, you know, if you were to do this reapportionment plan, you know, what would it look like? And I think I would like to just keep it really simple. I really do, and I've heard other colleagues say that they really do support, local control. And that's really important, local control. And so how do we ensure those things are happening? And so going back, and I think you brought up a good point, and I'd like, kind of a response on that quickly in terms of, perhaps keeping VIE schools together. And then, of course, grant school separate, because clearly they're operating two whole different systems. I've heard from some of my, board members in schools to say, I don't care to travel 50 miles away and listen to other schools' problems. You know, we only have so much time, and I want to just get over, talk about my thing and get out of there, but then I'm sitting there listening to other schools and their issues and so on and so forth. So the list goes on as to how this is working in real time out in our communities. So that would be the extent of my comments and questions, Chair. Anything more to ask?
Again, any questions?
Can I answer?
I believe we have the listing that are separate, right? What is the data? The BI, Bureau, operated schools, is the second portion, and then the tribal, so they're not together.
Yeah.
Before I go back to, Honorable Pope, I'd like to go back to the presenters and have them respond back to, Vice Chair.
Or, so I think that's a really great question of what would we design, because that's essentially asking what would we design to be true for education, right? And I think depending on the belief of people, like individual people, you're gonna get a different answer. In the field of education, generally, how I was like traditionally taught, as a teacher leader, as working with other teacher leaders or school leaders, you look at your vision of what do you want to be true for your kids in 10 years and 20 years and 30 years. That is different based on age. So if somebody were to ask that to me at my age and my age sort of range, it's going to be different from somebody in their 20s, somebody's in their 40s, somebody's in their 50s, just because of the generational gap, right? That said, I think it's important to say that our individual philosophies of education has to do with our experiences. And so what I would design is actually going to be really different from what Jordan would design. So that said, it's really hard to say, one way or the other. I would want these schools together. I would want these schools together. I do believe that there is potential for groups of schools to work together. I do believe that we have evidence of large school boards or school boards with large amount of schools, and they are governing and working. So Gallup-McKinley County has 5 school board members with 35 schools. Windrock has 5 schools with 5 school members. So we have evidence of groupings of schools that work under a single school board. Now, we could, have the discussion of, well, that's a state school, that's a public school, that's different from tribal school. End of the day, they're all the same kids in the same families. So the part that I think really has one of the philosophical gaps is what is local control. There's no definition of local control for education. There's a broad definition of what Navajo defines is local control. People think of local control as chapter control. I could make an argument that that's actually not local control, right? Based on how we write grants. So there is, if we're talking about local control is equivalent to chapter control, that needs to be clarified and codified. Now, once we get into the weeds to those little things, the smaller chapters, then you think about equity, right? Smaller chapters of TSTO having how many people versus a chapter like Fort Defiance. Then you're getting back into the argument of going back up to 88 council delegates versus 24. It's the same thing here. we're looking at how are we grouping and what does it make the most sense given the resources, finite resources that we have. And at the end of the day, we also have to understand, we can believe different things and still do this work together. But enrollment is going down. Like enrollment is going down. And so we can't have, in my opinion, this is my opinion only. I won't say can't. It's very difficult to say that a school with a very small population versus a chapter with a very large, or a school with a very large population should have the same amount of resources, because that in itself, like that's the discussion of whether or not one is it's not equal, is it equitable, and how do you define local control in those different areas? I think DeBosba has a definition of local control. The council has a definition of local control because you all work with different resources, but there's no definition for what local control means in education. Now in schools, we get kids like they're kids. They don't come with a chapter affiliation on their tag. Like that is something that adults are making up. And these like little barriers are things that we ourselves make up. So when it comes to designing a educational system for Navajo Nation students, I'm not going to say you have to go back to the drawing board. I'm saying that you have to adjust your philosophy of education to see what you want to be true for 20 or 30 years. Change has to happen, but in order for things to change, you have to be able to say yes and then finally, I would say that slightly different, but there were some issues in the data that we found. One outlier where in Baca Community School, it had been tagged as a large group of students coming from Tahajli, where we thought that it actually should have been through because there were no students that were tagged coming from through. So that was a very clear, and with DeBosba's help in filling in that data, we saw the trend data, and it did not make sense that for 4 years, this large group of 45 to 25 kids coming from Tahajli and no kids coming from Thuru. So in that sense, we were like, that doesn't make sense. So that's an error on somebody either writing it down or miscoding it from NACIS. So there are issues, and that could also be one. We didn't see that in the data, but I could send you the 4-year count for Rocky Ridge if you'd like to look into T-Still further. Anything?
In statistics, if we were to look at that particular question, here's a definition of reliability. Follow what has been practiced by the state. Districting. Can't go wrong. It's always been there. See, but Navajo has a different type of districting, right? We call them agencies, we call them chapter boundaries and things like that. So in the sense of statistics and analysis, one suggestion would be to say, well, fall back on an old reliable system that's there. Now, there's still issues at the state level, right? Equity and boundaries and chapter voter registration issues and things like that, or state voter registration issues, or county, I should say. So that's one example. The other one is to remember that the data that is being looked at is as reliable as it can be for school, because schools are reporting that data for funding. And so BIE, which will be interesting next year, in July, they verify their ISET counts. So if we were to really look at what data that was reported today, and then BIE goes back out within this year, by May or July of next year, they will verify their ISET count, which is the last week of September annually every year. Now that will fluctuate. We had a meeting with BIE in the data and data sharing agreement issues, among other operational concerns. That was mentioned that they just finished up their ISET count from the past year. So that's just a note to be shared with you. Switzer.
Oh,
Anything else?
one thing I guess, regarding why the HES committee is overseeing the apportionment plan. I think because it dealt with, schools, school boards, it was put under, the health education, human services wing. And as far as the grant schools, one of the things I do want to notice is, there was mention or there was comment that these schools govern themselves. Before the schools had gone into grant status, before they converted to grant status, at the time, the Intergovernmental Relations Committee is the one who approved the grant schools to run on their own. With that, the schools, the local chapters would have to put in a resolution in order for these schools to run as a tribally controlled school, to really take over their sovereignty on that side. And so if anything, maybe one of the recommendations that has been made to us and also to the previous HES committee and the council was that this is a election issue. And being that it is an election issue, it should be placed under the full council rather than the Health Education Human Services Committee. Because now you're dealing with the oversight of the election, Navajo election administration. So if each delegate has if each delegate is able to provide their own comments, I'm pretty sure there will be a lot more comments, questions, concerns issued just regarding school board apportionment. One thing that we also say too is that the executive branch, Department of Education is under the executive branch. And so going into the political side, it's on the legislative side. And so that's one of the issues that we normally see. One of the questions that I forgot to answer or we didn't answer was as far as the true count, the ISEP certification that Mr. Tracy is talking about is what BIE uses, because it's not only certified by the BIE, it's not only certified by the local school board, it's also certified by the principal and then the education program administrator within the resource centers of Navajo region. So Chair, committee members, thank you.
One more note, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Just keep this in mind that school board apportionment representation changes every 4 years. You might have a good, healthy group from Hodgley represented at Fort Wingate. In the next 4 years, that group's going to come from Western Agency, for example. Why? Maybe there's a new medical center that's going to be built up there in Gallup. You're going to attract a lot of different people coming in from across the Navajo Nation. So that changes every year, so keep that in mind. Also, schools with out of boundary representation can hypothetically mean that these schools, are residential schools. And they're pulling in students from different areas of the Navajo Nation. And so that's, in statistics, that's how we can look at that as well too. And of course, there's surveys and things we can look into, but a further deep dive into that type of research, but we would need access to MESA system, and that's still pending at the moment between the Navajo Nation and Bureau of Indian Education. Thank you. Now, members of the committee, and Mr. Chair, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that response, presenters opportunity. And it's like any others, I'm gonna keep going back to your February 15th direction letter. You had your chance to provide and present all of that stuff to us. But eventually, this is where we got to, and your first listing was based off the BIE's plain one-page listing. You have all that time to prepare and provide your idea, what your plan is from Department of Education. It ought to be on the Department of Education. I didn't quote it at the tail end the strict councils get called but I'm glad I was here. It all goes back to accountability. Now, he still, if you go by it, no matter what plan is presented, we're gonna still be criticized. No matter what it is, we're gonna still be attacked for it. We're just not gonna satisfy everyone. You know, it's supposed to be done at the local level. Government control at the local level, you can't coordinate the phone, all you done is sin. And that's the problem. And so, when that the board is just we understand the enrollment part, based off the numbers, probably get 18. Auto, the hutching, the Maya optimism, but again, it makes it really hard on me when there's schools that are apart more than 40 miles, 50 miles apart. To make it hard again. Some of the state schools, they come to one centralized school district. Washington, that is based on. Let's just work with what we get, let's just continue moving forward, work with the federal funds to educate our students. The Department of the Education, go to both of basic, but we just can't say, you know, HEHSC can't deal with it, council can't deal with it. Because the question is, if we give it back to the school, how are they gonna do the election? How do they do the election? Other sovereignty, no, we have that election code in there. Because I think how you live in army, that live. The days, I think how you are here. I think how you are the case, the main of what the occupancy case comes out about something wrong over this whole reinforcement. How long it's gonna last? Who knows? I don't know. Got people to buy it, people they made to go and still haven't fixed the problem. Even with our previous leaders, politician left, but we are here this far and we have the information before us. So it's here and that's what we have. And so I leave it up to you as committee members on how you want to proceed and move forward here again. As the law, as the oversight, as the committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, as the lawmakers, the legislators of the Navajo Nation. Make this listing here that provided to you by AEE. And we have to, in the policy, it states, 60 days for the dance position. That 60 days is just around the corner. We're just really cornered at this point in time. Although you heard from election office indicated, we need to know the information. We need to know how we need to proceed for candidates to file, or not to connect. So we have to move forward. It's active, not the one question that I have is in regards to your privately controlled school, you're listing for option 1 and option 2. For 100 in the sheet wide room, you have option 1, and then option 2, you have in the sheet, another for the 120 and wide room school go to. I don't see them anywhere in the listing. They want nothing for the day end up going. It's quite a so with that, honorable Judge Pope.
Thank you, Chair, members of HEHSC, and sitting your own half of the day. And just have small concern issue. The only way you could understand the school enrollment is every meeting we used to have in Bangkok. We asked for how many students are still enrolled at the home, not teaching. Even we used to have agency, school board meetings with Eastern Agency. We used to come together and ask each representative how many students they were. So the principal used to share the information. So, our aid was on there, so that's what. All here for the students behind the book. Yeah, policy, or rules, or law, big challenge. That's the main reason why you're not working together, because we have that results in the student concerns. If we have an education, what have they done? What are some of the plans in the future? Seems like the code is not doing anything. So, now the joint aid, we got. They could have been up on with directed. Like people caught working for all of the kids. Yeah, Joe Bob worked in the little had a lot. Of course, I would say that the education needs to be transparent to the other school. The most part is one of the recognized by the tribe. So, how they done that don't you come much they collect data, they educate school. And I asked for how many times did Dodie conduct these training for school board. I haven't seen that. I was promised that it's going to be provided. But then all our AI could even I don't know what's going on. So I guess the leadership comes back to leadership. Whoever the person in charge understands. But they don't need some, all we have is acting. So I don't know what the Board of Education is doing. So each show, it's a bomb. You know, it's just. Of course, national, the state education that we need. What I say, our ADA. Then. Of course, now, out of Title 10, or Title 11, no, English, that was very big. Like you took hard, work on that, and then some of these, so we can work together. I didn't know it's only crap, it's out of that. That would be one of the assignment to be an education of voice by. Don't win, not all the now, what is that? The cushion is caught on the left hand of each and we go back, we base it. I did say that. What are seeing as Twitter, Sunny, on the side. Yeah, going to even local control, I have my own opinion. I don't know. About that. Maybe it's not that. Local control. Is that though? I'm not though. I'm not Sunday. I don't think they got areas that we need very bad. They have to say so. And some schools don't allow parents to come to the school and complain or recommendation. So I know what's going on, and I've been in there, and always have to be in the education. I know about the business that don't need to go from here on. You know, where is the option? So yeah, but it's options. But I think slab on the can make the city. If I'm not about to come. Any recommendation, any law that needs to be changed, it's your responsibility in education and both sides. I don't, but we need to sit down with the head of education, Mr. Dearman, and easy. Because it's area housing numbers for the recommendation. All of it does, if you just find a many credible different. They put on us. Not at the last minute. Share didn't see interpretations like this. Okay. Go down with the cafe, it's not. Yeah, they will release it and put such a good. It, I speak, I don't want to skillful people, that's really people. I don't know about 1%. The living being that us. And the large number of suffered citizens of law. As see, now is done name for other than CPS department. Could the department go to the local ratings to that you have to go back and educate on people. Even now, this 2000. So I can go back to my community and say, I shall see zero, but here I see theater. That is to the flower bay and anyway, this is now, I thought the thing that you brought some of those people, my concern was I don't between see you only don't get all the opposite. I don't be a player, start and thinking. I need the doors or need your expertise. That's the way. Some of you guys are doctors, some of you guys have high education. It was even get harder than even I like it. Get to atrás das cosas, los claros, estos niños, no es fácil, no es utilizado por really not. Active and basic is doing good for us for kids. I'm sort of sure. I just wanted to recommend some time. We come back to Washington. We need to sit down. Where's your people? I can't really that. I'm sure either post that on the track of the stuff. Some of those are laws that need to be amended and make it work for our nomination. We just can't rely on BIE or BIE. BIE, but I'm not no next to the function of all that. So even now, we got to step to the plate. We're in the hope to put all these. Things change. Well, that, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shakash. With that, I'll give some time back over to the presenters in regards to the questions, comments that were made.
So what you had mentioned where Hunter's Point goes, Hunter's Point, we actually would go in option 2 as well. So if you were to choose option 1, then that would be the choice. If you were to choose option 2, it would be Hunter's Point, Kandahlichi, and Nazlini Community School. Wide Ruins would go with Delcon and Greasewood. We just forgot to put it on them. So it might adjust the numbers a little, well, it will adjust the numbers. But that was an oversight on the part.
And Mr. Chair, members of the committee, point of clarification, that February 15th letter, I think, that had a different reader at the time, regardless. I'm hearing this is a Doty issue. It is not a Doty issue, committee members. Please understand that. I'm hearing something different from you. Okay. The Bosbo was at the table with us. So it is not a Doty issue. Our recommendations. The data cleaning came from Doty. And the clustering came from the Bosbo. We helped the Bosbo with the clustering and clarifying the 30-mile radius and such, and the debates and such, and then using the counts for the chapter affiliations and such. And so it is a team effort. I wanna make that sure that's on record, because I'm hearing it one way. We don't really see it like this or whatever. The Bosma was there with us, just for the record. I just want you to understand that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I guess one of the things that I probably would recommend is just a plan like this would need to be full-on stakeholders involvement. And as far as the current Plan 6, I think a lot of the schools were just thrown into it. So there's really no I guess just this current plan, you merged a lot of policies, budgets, different pay scales together. Something as far as the clustering, which was the recommendation of the HES committee, not the BOSBA, is something that we need to consult with our schools and stakeholders with, just so they're aware of what's happening, and then from there they can provide over certain recommendations. I know there's several schools within the area or within Navajo Nation who are within 20 miles of each other. Red Rock, Cove Day, Sanasti, Twahala, Zethnabli, Hanaglin, Pinyon Community School, and Black Mesa. As close as they are together, the communities are so different. So, I mean, that's one of the things that I have noticed visiting these schools. The whole mission is different because you have local community schools, school board members who have a vision for their local community. So the current Plan 6, I know one of them, as I mentioned and reported, was the Chinle agency, the Chinle board members. They oversee 3 schools, but the only thing is that Rough Rock does not have a representative. So really, there's no one who's making decisions at the local level for Rough Rock Community School. And it's the case for a lot of these other school boards too. If you look at SASE is a K college if you really think about it. But the representation, now there's only just one representative from Shiprock. So that board is coming from outside of Shiprock, and they're making decisions on behalf of Shiprock. And it's different. As close as the schools are together, it's really, really, really different. So even if there's a recommendation, I know one of the recommendations that I have made in the past was to get your administrators involved. They're the true professionals at the grassroots level. They would be able to provide over really solid recommendations. And so, I mean, Department of Education, they can help so much. The BOSBA can help so much, but when you speak to your administrators, they can speak on behalf of their communities, because a lot of the administrators are locally employed. Even on top of that, they know the issues with BIE and also Navajo Nation. So it could be with Dodie, with us, but even if anything, if there's any type of clustering or any type of regionalization, I think your stakeholders first need to be involved in the process, because not only their communities are going to be affected, but you have to look at it like as is this local community school going to be locally controlled? Because a lot of the schools now are not locally controlled. There's board members who are from different chapters, different regions, who are making decisions for a local community school. And so, but that is it, Chair and committee members, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, okay, just wanted to clarify quickly. So with those options that we gave you, it would be in your best interest to look at the options and, depending on, you know, your next steps, for the option 2, we would put back, I can send over an updated draft, but just putting in Hunter's point in that one. But the points that are still unclear that, I would recommend the committee discuss is residential and satellite standalone. Those are the 2 big areas that, were not covered in the first round. I would also, recommend I'm okay with like the gray area. There's the black, the white, and the gray in between. I'm okay with like, yeah, it's close enough, like, you know, common sense, they're kind of that. But we need to know if it's strictly to go with that 30 miles or not, or if that's how much that is going to affect your decisions moving forward. 40 miles, I think, is reasonable. I think everything we found except those standalone ones. So there really does need to be a discussion on within the committee as far as does the mileage, how much does that have effect? Because we would want to apply that same methodology to all of the clustering. I think as far as the stance goes for you know, the individual standalone schools, I do think it is possible. I know, and again, you're hearing 2 different opinions. DeBosba has an opinion and Doty has an opinion. People within Doty have different opinions. But I do think that it is possible to run more than one school under one school board. The role of a school board is to govern and to create policy. The role of a school board is not to, individual school members is not to get into operations of the school. If there's an issue with students, all of those things should go through the administrator, not through the school board. And so in that sense, there is still a misunderstanding, I think, about what a highly effective school board looks like. If there is a community issue or an issue with students, there is the, the line of chain of command that you would go through the line of authority before it even gets to the school board level. And even through that, it would need to have the due process for any student, any type of thing that happens in a school or community doesn't automatically go here. So I would just kind of, including staff, I would just kind of caution that when we talk about local control or things about that are happening on the ground with schools, it does happen and there are policies in place, and it's the school board's role to set those policies, not necessarily to enforce those policies, because that's up to the administrator, who is their one and only employee. The school board should not employ anybody else.
All right, yeah, thank you for the response. And let me go start with Mr. City. I know your advocacy is to have each of the schools have a school board, their own school board. But we heard from the election office that in the past, they've gone beyond 2 pages of vacant school board positions. And so at this point, I just wanted to let you know that there's no way that we're gonna probably come to an agreement on having a school board member or school board for each school. It's not going to happen. It just will not work. There's no way it's not gonna work. Did it work in the past? No, it did not. If it did, we would have encountered 2 pages or more of vacant school board members. So we just know it's not gonna work. So why create that again? Another one is committee member. There's a recommendation from Dr. Yellow here in regards to the 40 mile. I will leave that up to you. This is just a report that we're receiving. And then another recommendation that Dr. Yellow here has made is in regards to the satellite and the standalone situation that they're encountering. So we would have to make a decision on how we move forward and what kind of directive we give them again from here. And I think at this point, regarding all of the information that has been provided, Mr. Tracy, there is nobody that is saying this is coming all from Doty. I think we've come to the understanding that this involves BIE, which Health Education and Human Service Committee has no control over. We just try to say, let's work together kindly, respectfully with each other, but you know, BIE is BIE, and we have no control over BIE. Now, we can do what we need to at the the White House, on the Hill or Congress, in regard to BIE. That's where we come in. And, but as an oversight, as a Doty and DeVosa, you know, we gave you that directive, we gave you that avenue on how to get to this point. And so thank you for doing that. Now, we heard your recommendation, and we'll take that into consideration. And we'll move forward, working with our legal counsel, our attorney, and then our staff. And we'll go ahead and send over another directive. I think that's the only way things really works, is if we do a directive. And eventually, hopefully, one of these days we'll get away from that and just verbally talk to each other and things happen, right? So it is, and then next one, I guess at this point, you know, the current plan that we have, a lot of criticism had happened and occurred on the part of the net education. The net education got a lot of blame for it. And it was vice versa, the net education blaming BIE blaming the DeVosa blaming Doty. It just went back and forth, and then somewhere it all came down to the HEHSC committee. So at this point, I guess we'll just move forward and blame the NACES that there's no updated information on NACES, so we'll probably do that. So I get where Vice Chair is coming from. I think it's very important that the schools need to know how important that data information is. And all of this thing that we are doing is all done by data driven. That's where we are at this point. And that's how we created all of these schools and the distance and so forth. So so with that, we do have a motion. Motion that was made. Who was the motion? I didn't really know. Who made a motion on the report? Ernest. Young Jeff Thomas. Okay, so motion was made by Honorable Dr. Andy Nance and then second by Honorable Curtis Unito. And this is just a report, again, committee member, if there's no action, this is just a draft. We will receive an updated report with the other schools that are missing. That's not part of this, we'll receive that draft, and then we committee need to make a decision on before that draft is sent, do we keep it at 30 miles or do we move it up to 40 miles, since it's a recommendation from Doty and DeVosa, which is their recommendation. Again, next one is what do we do with satellite and standalone? So that would be part of the new directive letter that's coming. And then they'll end up creating a new listing based off that and provide that information back to us. With December 4th be a good time to provide that data report. That's when our next HEHSC meeting is. December 4th.
Yes.
Yeah, I can do, yeah. Can you?
December 4th?
Yeah.
We good? Yeah.
December 4th, okay. Committee members, is that okay?
No more meeting this week.
Yeah.
I'm on travel.
Okay, so
Sure.
if you'd like to be here, how soon can you get it done? Can you get it done within 2-3 days?
How soon can we get the directive?
We'll get a draft over to you.
We can work quickly.
Yeah.
We already have the drafts. It's just a matter of knowing, for example, those things, but like looking at the list of standalone, like Tushkai is standalone. It's not around anything. It's in New Mexico currently is, you know what I mean? So like those types of things, just tell us where you want it to go and we can put it into those numbers. As soon as we got the list of new parameters, we can do it.
Anybody going to 20 hours? That's not going to 20 hours? For tomorrow and Wednesday today?
I'll be there on Wednesday.
I'll be there tomorrow.
Thursday and Friday, that commission.
Can we do it Wednesday? Can we have a special HEHSC meeting at 20 hours?
Yeah.
Wednesday.
I'll be there Wednesday.
Wednesday work for you guys?
For what? To get the directive or to get you a new draft?
To get a new draft regarding
Can-
pending if we're going to do 40 miles and then the satellite standalone. And then your school. School that is.
So in 2 days, 48 hours, you want a new draft with all of those things, not the directive. We'll get the directive by today.
Yeah.
Okay, if you can get us the directive by 5 PM signed, then we can get it to you by Wednesday.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, respectfully, we asked for the directive in writing just for clarification purposes,
Just
because we
clarification.
wanna, it's not
Not
just
because I don't wanna
us.
work
It's there's other people
We
that are
just
very
need-
concerned about things
we
like
just
this, so
need
we wanna make sure that we're following the parameters that the
Sure,
committee gives us.
I think one of the things that we also ran into is the student count. So one of the examples is Navajo Prep and Sassy. If you were to put them together, they would have like almost 700 students. So one of the recommendations that we also have made is like maybe Navajo Prep should be a standalone as well as Sassy because of the number of students that they have. So maybe in this directive to maybe note what would be the max. I know over 200 plus, it says 5, but if we could work with something like, I think the biggest school was Tuba City, and they had about, they had
Fort Wingate, yeah.
a lot of students. And so if anything, maybe that would kind of help guide us too in making these standalone schools. But I know all of the satellite communities, they have 300 or around 300, a little under 300 students.
Yeah,
And so if that's kind of the max 300 students, I think that's something that we can work with too.
it
So-
it makes sense to look at what's worked well
Mhm.
and what is currently working right now. So I think Sassy and Kintil, for example, they're currently on a board together and they work well together. Kintil is a residential, so that goes back into your recommendation for residential schools. Put them all together or into the local schools, which would exceed the 40 miles.
So as both of you guys, you are agreeable with 500 students or more as standalone? And 300 students or more?
I think if it's over 250, I think that would work.
That's too.
Because then you would have one board
Too low.
member for every 50 students, and I think that's one of the things that previous education committees use as far as a number. So, but,
What
and
do
then,
you guys recommend to us?
and
at
then
this point?
it would help with the clustering too, because if you put Hunters Point, 3 of the schools on this side, if once we hit that max, we can say like, all right, that'll be a cluster school right there. So, I think 300 max, I would recommend 300 max.
300, okay, so your recommendation is 300 max for,
A standalone,
A
or no, a 300, 250 to 300 would be, or 300 max for the clustering of schools. So let's say 50 is coming from one, 120 is coming from one, so we can't put like schools that, we can't put the cluster school boards over 300 or even 350.
so the implication of that, what if you look at the tribally controlled schools, Lugachigai and Rock Point. Currently, with this plan, it puts them together with 500, total of 500 students, 2 Rock Point, 2 Lugachigai, 1 at large. They are 34 miles apart.
Radius.
No, that's miles,
Oh.
34 miles, road miles. So do you want 2 separate school boards there, or you could put them together and then it would be, so I actually. Since you put me on the spot, I actually think that schools with over 500 would be standalone or in a satellite, leave them as is. So to Hodgley, Alamo, Pine Hill, Navajo Prep, leave them as is.
They have less than 500.
I'm saying keeping the satellite as is right now,
Okay.
not keeping in mind of the enrollment. I think the Richfield one is an interesting one. That's a residential. It's also very far. So we could keep them separate, or you could put them with Gray Hills. Because they pull kids from the same area. They pull kids from Tuba City Western Agency. So the decision point is, do you put residential all together? Do you put residential up top and the bottom together, or do you put them separate and close with clusters?
And the other issue is the road miles or radius, if you want to move in that direction, you can use probably up that to 40 to 50. 40, 50 miles.
So what is your recommendation, Scott? What is your number recommendation as two stakeholders together?
I think most of them, they hit between 35 and 40, or 30 and 35. So if you even upped it to 35, I think that would be good. But as far as radius, then you're gonna hit like the Black Mesa region, and the terrain up there is really.
So
it's
40 miles.
40 road
That's what I
miles.
have down. Now, back to students, back to the number of students that's having satellite and standalones. You guys haven't come to an agreement on what you two recommend.
I think keep satellite together, or satellite as is what they currently are, standalone satellite. And if you look at enrollment, I think if enrollment is above 500, that's what Jody would recommend, 500.
As part of the standalones, is HEHSC.
So you're looking at, no, we're looking at enrollment, so they're already separate, so they would stay separate. They're already satellite.
No, that's not saying but then you consider the standalone.
Yeah, they already are, so they would stay standalone.
So what I'm trying to say is like Navajo Prep is closer to Kincaid. So based on the first directive is that you would either put Navajo Prep with Kincaid, or Navajo Prep with Sassy, or Navajo Prep, Sassy, and Kincaid together. But from our understanding, Navajo Prep is a Navajo nationwide school. So it should, if you notice in the plan that we have, each agency should have a representative. But based on this directive that you say, or that we're talking about right now, Navajo Prep would be put with Kincaid and Shiprock. So it'll be 3 schools on 1 board. So that's one of the things like we got confused about in the previous, I guess looking at the previous one, that's how it was done. So based on the directive, from the first directive the directive that was sent last week, Navajo Prep should have gone with either Sassy or Kincaid. It shouldn't have been a standalone school.
Okay, Mr. City.
So we got, it's confused, yeah.
This is just a draft.
Yeah.
And I need an answer. What number are you guys gonna come to a conclusion with? Is it 500 or 300?
I think 500.
Okay, so 500 is agreeable from both parties. Jordan, Dr. Yell here? Okay, so that was it. That's the only answer I wanted. Okay, with that, going over to Honorable Toll.
So, Chair, thank you. Members. So, good
So they provided the listing here to us. So the listing's already here, so they did their recommendation, but right now they told us. We didn't put a directive in the previous letter regarding satellite and standalone. And so quite not the satellite and standalone, but they came to agreement that they're okay with the 500. Okay, so that is all, that gives us an idea on how to create the new directive. So that's all I was trying to get. Mr. Tracy?
Just one more, note, to, compare and about policy members of the committee. The, listing of technical assistance that we provided, training and meetings and such, was turned into the committee. Back in April or May, the council chambers with the other documentation for all the schools that had a listing the committee was concerned about. So just for your information, that's the T and TA listing that Doty has provided to all these schools, which was a directive back from Twin Arrows back then at that time. So the only new addition would be from, I think it was May, anything June, July on to this date can be added to that binder that was given to the staff with all the other, there was like, what, 13 binders, remember that? There was a bunch of binders we turned in, and school issues and such, and so.
All right, thank you. Let me move to our attorney, then I'll come back to you. Okay. Our attorney, what's needing some clarification to do the draft letter.
Thank you, Chair. So, I need to clarify. They're taking this plan, they're keeping it, and then they're modifying it as follows. So it's gonna be 40 miles, 40 highway miles, right? Okay, and then the maximum school board, the maximum number of students for a school board is to be 500, is that right?
500 students.
Is that right? Okay. Are there any other instructions in terms of standalones? Do you want to modify anything that's in here at the moment?
Maybe try to discuss that after the meeting.
Okay.
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 After the meeting, we can figure it out. We can help you create the letter.
Okay, so
We have an idea.
So ideally, the directive would be made on the record pursuant to Title II, and it would be voted on by the committee. That's Title II, Section 2890.
All right, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I think, what I, of course, with the, with the, I don't know if you're in agreement as a committee, but I would also like to entertain keeping, BIE schools clustered together and, grant schools, if they're gonna cluster, keep the grant schools together and then BIE schools together. So there shouldn't be BIE and grant. Also, just, if you could just do one more follow-up phone call to Rocky Ridge for these roads. Their numbers are wrong, I'm telling you. I don't know how they're entering stuff in there, but there's no way.
There's a lot of turnover on BIE sites.
Let me go back to our attorney.
Okay, so, Delegate Simonson's instruction is to, keep BIE schools clustered. And then I think you asked Mr. Tracy to call the school. Is that what you want?
Rocky Ridge Boarding School.
Just the Rocky Ridge.
Just Rocky Ridge, only because I just don't think that's true, that there were 7 kids.
Okay.
We'll call them the most level validated.
Yeah, please, thank you.
What about standalone? Are there any additional instructions regarding standalone, regarding Navajo Prep? Any other schools that you want pulled out from this plan?
Honorable Dr. Ness?
Wow, we're making this more complicated than it's.
Right.
Yeah, so I think the cluster part is what what I suggested, because as a member of HEHSC, I feel that it would just be good to put some of our schools, together, like the little seniors, they're literally just by each other. I can run from schools into the other schools. But, so I think that would be helpful,
That, I didn't understand what you said, so that was an instruction to go into the directive.
Oh, is that, yeah, well, I'm pretty much in agreement, like residential standalone, prep as well. Satellite campuses, Badlands, Greenmount, and then Richfield, and then the clustering on both BIE as well as grant, because we don't want to interrelate the both, but also by state too, because right now you can have, I don't know if it currently exists in the current plan right now, but for example, HEHSC, was
Chushka is the only New Mexico with all Arizona schools.
yeah, see that right there again is.
But it's also an outlier, because would you want, because it's too far from Red Springs and Chichalca,
Yeah.
Jones Ranch, so either you put Chushka, yeah,
As a standalone.
yeah, or standalone, yeah. So you would put it, oh, that's right, so you would put it, with others, so that is a great example, is tell us what cluster you want Chushka to be in.
There wouldn't be anyone consistent. So do you want us also to separate it from state too?
It is separated by state right now, yeah.
Because one of the,
So actually, we're doing a directive letter, and that's what
Okay.
I'm trying to get from the committee. Or Ms. Lowe. And so what you're saying is what we're trying to put and address and put in the letter over here, but I'm going to each of my committee members, see if they would like anything else in the directive letter.
it's Christmas.
So with that, I'll go back to you, go back to this.
Yeah, and I think if there's a valid justification on standalones, like in this instance, Chushka, like it just don't, you just want to combine it with Red Springs, which by the way is grant.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
But in this case, it would just be its own board.
Cause the closest would be Hunters Point,
Yeah.
and that's of overstate, but there is Aneth, the Clabito, and, Nanatnaza, that's 3 states.
Yeah.
The Clabito.
So, but they're small schools, so we put them in together, we gave you options, so take a look at that, but just FYI.
Okay.
Sure.
You have to look at it now. Look at it now.
Have to look at the list now, and tell us where to put things.
That way she puts it in her directive letter. Okay, is that all the honorable document?
Yeah.
So with that, let me move on to honorable Toll. Any recommendation for the directive letter? Then what else has been said?
That's my observation of what I've been hearing with this. We're not giving people a chance in school, so I'd rather have just give it back to the local and figure those out, but whatever directive, I'm opposing. Thank you.
Don't know what that means. Don't know what that means.
Good. The directives that have been made, you're approving?
Oh.
He's saying that community, the local people should be
Just all that can be just making a decision. The directive should be just a common information given to them, they can work it out. So, if you can start putting stipulation in there, then, I mean, you know, I disagree with it.
Yeah. Honorable Toll, so this is just a recommendation coming from us, hotel, and then we're asking them how to do the listing. And that's the directive letter that we're doing. And the AA, once we come to a conclusion and we say, oh, yes, blah, 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 we bless it. And then it goes to the public for 60 days. A public announcement for 60 days. We still have to do that 60 days no matter what. So when you start looking at the 60 days, we're already hitting December, and we're gonna already interrupt election service, election office, because we're already going to the end of January of that 60 days. If we don't resolve this by the end of this month, then just consider it that we're interrupting elections. Requirement A, January, related to the 26th, after 80 at Chamber Nursing Home. Audit play, you need to know what we're doing with that. But if we go into this in the middle of December, then they won't know anything until towards the end of February. A date for applicants or candidates to file for the school board positions. So but for now, we just need to know what your recommendations are as in the direction of this report that we received. That's all it is. Honorable.
Thank you, Chair. We're sharing the item on this case, just making understand what's going on. Although to be a role in that, like I'm asking, she should answer this case and then we go. It is something. Because I like to be on this. When you put it out there and make it legislation, then I like to be part of it. I just don't want to be away from it because I'm making a decision in my family. Yeah. So I'll be like.
Okay, so you're good with it. Okay, so thank you very much. Again, as HEHSC from here, we gave you the 30 miles. You looked at it, you did your listing. Based off that, you recommended back to us as both parties 40 miles. Again, we gave you numbers of students by school boards. You came back, and again, you had a question regarding the satellite and the standing room. You came back to as both parties, but the max will be 500 students. So that's where we are. Now, the new ones that are coming in is in regards to keeping BIE together and then the grant schools together. A new one that's coming in is the state, what we are discussing. So leave all New Mexico schools within New Mexico. Leave all Arizona schools within Arizona schools. Don't mix the schools up between states is the new one that's coming up here. And what is the new?
I guess I'm still seeking clarity on standalones, and then if delegates
Residential.
Nesbegay, and you need to have any additions.
Yeah, residential and then satellite and those would be your,
Oh, and Navajo Prep?
Yeah.
Okay.
because you're 500 students.
That's a separate.
I mean,
Issue.
yeah, 500 students or more.
No, I was thinking, I don't know if this makes any sense, but are there standalones that are less than 500?
All of
Yes.
them.
Yeah. So then, okay, so then that's like a carve out. So the parameters are the 500 max and then the 40 miles, 40 highway miles. And then the standalones are carve outs that you pull out of that. So yeah, so I'm just trying to make sure I have everything. Oh, and then another is separated by state. So I'm gonna put that. So that's it for for standalones. I have residential, Navajo Prep, the satellites. That's it. Okay.
So the residential, are they gonna be by themselves or are they gonna be separate?
Residential or standard. Yeah, residential or standard.
I guess you could be more specific if you want to say like all the border town residents.
That's less specific.
5 residential.
5 residential is separate,
residential,
okay,
yeah.
5 separate, okay. Can you make the exception of Anna-Clapperton, that? They're the closest schools and they're across 3 states.
It would just be Tisna's bus and
Oh, just, yeah,
yeah.
we
it'll be-
put it in there, there's.
Something like that.
I don't know, yeah.
They're in two different states.
Two different states.
Three, but they're so close to each other, it would be an exception.
Do you want an exception to the exception? So in other words, no, that's a real thing in the law. So are you accepting from the not overlapping state requirement, or are you pulling them all out as standalones? Except for those three. So it's an
Exception to the
exception to the exception. Got it.
Thank you. That'll make things easier.
Okay. Let me, hold on, Chair. Let me go to Honorable Benito regarding the directive, any recommendation?
You guys are doing good.
Okay,
I need to be excused, I have to be because the papers will be back.
all right, then. Mr. Honorable, Lena Nanaki?
So are we going by this, what we got? So Wade Hill is a standalone, that's good. And the only thing that Wade Hill has is to the civic and to give the three members and then on here.
It might be adjusted a little bit with the 40 miles. But most likely.
Mr. Noel?
Person saying highway line, we wanna, road miles, because a lot of the, roads that lead to school are not on a highway, they're not, highway to me.
Okay, so I'll put something in that says drivable miles, not as the crow flies miles.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had that discussion too. Are we talking dirt roads? Are we talking regular? And the decision was, how would you get to the school? So that's what we use.
Paved or unpaved?
No, don't even get to that. Just
Don't
put
even
roads.
get to that.
Mr. Noel?
And there was some discussion about Fishline Community School, it includes church law, and there's a geographical barrier. Even though there is a dirt road and we're blocking mountains here that divides like Hill Canyon and and first off, it's often its own, and one, it's a community that's on, that one side is the physical barrier, geographical barrier, if that blackens the mountain. And I'm from City County.
Is that like church rock, kind of?
Yeah, different types of stuff. Some guys, community school, and there's some has. But church.
So kids will,
That geographical mountain.
we don't look at we were only looking at the listing from largest to smallest of chapters.
But seats, so church rock is going to improve them.
Not our,
So
out of our control.
So,
But the 30 miles is only for school, not for 40 miles.
between communities,
Between schools, 5 miles. That representation is church rock by the board member, which is a separate, not part of the director.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so, Vice Chair?
I think, Dr. Andy Ness had mentioned like your special considerations, right? Like just special considerations, if there's, you know, a school, a tiny school that just kind of needs their own board because they're so remote, which I'm already seeing sort of like Black Mesa School being in that category. Because there's 8 miles of rugged road before you get unpaved mud. I challenge all of you to drive up there in the middle of winter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been there.
We'll have a meeting.
And those special cases, like, you can use your best educational. Like the roads, like that's a given. It shouldn't be determined like, oh, what happens because you said highway versus road, like road, like acceptability is what we're really looking at. So I think it goes, it's just in terms of educational assessment, I mean, we're all educators, we visited the school many times. So I think those instances can be used in the recommendation by the students.
So,
Maybe put that in the language that. Sorry, Chair. Put that in the recommendation letter as well, that special recommendations will be left to the OSBA and Doty to identify.
Did you hear that? No, say it again.
Special
special recommendation will be.
It's giving us more authority.
So a
It
special
just means that there's
recommendation,
a
you just
school.
came up with all these parameters, now they get to specially recommend something outside the parameters or what?
Anomalies.
Anomalies, outliers.
Outliers, weird situations.
I don't think there's any.
They're very clear,
Yeah.
very, very,
I
very.
think it may be two.
I think we could justify it.
Any others for the directive letter, the new directive letter? If not, committee members, I'd like to give some time over to the floor to go over.
Okay, sure, so this is what I have, there's gonna be one plan. And that plan, they're gonna start with this that was presented today. And the revised plan is going to have a maximum of 500 students per board. And then it's going to also include a maximum of 40 road miles. And then it's gonna be separated out by state, so only one state. And then, however, an exception to that is the Annis, the Clavito, Maine and the Assad. And then we have standalones, which what I've written down is residential Navajo prep satellites. One more thing, BIE schools are to stay clustered. And I think Delegate Knights, again, you had a question. Did you have a question that you wanted to address?
Okay, on the travel control student, their grad school, so these grad school, they have their own budget that the school, they need their own standalone for their grant. To work with their local schools, but that's my understanding. So it's a lot easier for the school to work with their school board on their budget.
Can we get some clarity on that?
So I guess as far as clarity, what Delegate Helena Nez Begay is saying is when, as I mentioned, the intergovernmental, the old Nabiqiyat Kit Committee gave power to each individual school to run on their own, is what she's saying. So now we're combining this clusters, you're combining schools, which it kind of goes against what Nabi or the previous Nabi, the IGR had put in place during that for each of the communities to run their own school. So it really, yeah, the funding is the same, but policies and budgets are different across the board for grant schools.
So I'm just listing, show us which one is it that's like that?
Each individual grant school is.
On the listing that you guys provided.
Listing,
What you're saying.
as far
Which school is
it-
together?
in, so if you look at it, Pinyon and Black Mesa would be one, Chimbote and Rough Rock, Vilcon and Greasewood, it's the cluster portion. So as I mentioned earlier, the IGR committee, which was the previous Nabi committee, gave each of these communities authority to run their own school. So I mean, that's what Ms. Nesbigay is saying. It's the intergovernmental relations committee, IRC.
I know what that means. I need the resolution number so that I can research it.
Each individual schools were given their own resolutions.
Mm.
I can give you a copy of 2 of them that I have.
So does that predate Title 11?
Title 10 and 11. A lot of the schools went into grant status in
what
the
I'm asking-
2000.
What I'm asking is if, so the work that HES is doing, it's HES's responsibility to make sure that this reapportionment process happens and they get to decide which version to accept. That's in Title 11. So what I'm asking is if this resolution you're referring to predates Title 11.
So Title 10, 11, everything went into.
I'm just
place.
asking about Title 11. I'm just asking about the section, 1111. That section that talks about school board apportionment, A through E.
It does predate it, actually, yeah.
Okay, so in that case, I wouldn't characterize it as going against, I would say it amended it.
I was just clarifying what she was saying.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the committee, as my client, understands that they're not in violation of any laws. Thank you, Chair.
So we got the clarification regarding Honorable Helena Nesbigay. So we are okay to move forward. So are they there with that? Okay.
With the schools are under grant, they've been running against this, we're making it very difficult for them to work with their school board, budget wise. So that's the reason why they want to be standalone to where it's more easier for them to work with their local schools.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Helena Nesbigay. So can we get clarity on that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, schools still get their money regardless. Or just regardless, again, we made a statement earlier, there's a separation between administration and school board responsibility. School board responsibilities is what you're talking about. We're not talking about interrupting any operations or anything like that. That's clearly set by 25 CFR, okay? And is governed by GEPRA. This is just school board and elections. And in 4 years, the committee will find out if this model worked, right? So I just wanted to make sure that we understood that. Changing school board representation by geographical, by demographical, or whatever, will not interrupt operations. They still get the same amount of money. School board funds, salaries or payments or whatever, uniform stipend thing, might go up. Drawing more money from operations, for example, just something that was an issue in the past.
So with that, thank you, Mr. Tracy. Honorable Tom.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's proper to get this off in IGR. We don't need. How soon can we get this? So we can work it around it or, you know. I mean, simple letter that causes. And, you know, everybody has different opinions. No, let's get to that legislation or resolution, whatever, IGR. Great. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, so we'll have our attorney, Ms. Lowe, email that to us.
I don't have it, so I have to go to, Office of Legislative Services to see if they can locate it. I don't have immediate access to it. If it predates the Title 11 section, then it predates DIV, so that only goes back to 2015. So I don't know how long that's gonna take. I can try to get it for Wednesday's meeting.
So,
Thursday?
thank you, Chair. So before a lot of these grant schools went converted to grant status, they had to have come to the education committee or even Department of Education. It's part of the reauthorization process. So Department of Education should have those resolutions from the education committee for all the grant schools already. So I just don't know if they have it offhand, but I know usually the legislative services, the OLS, Office of Legislative Services, is usually pretty good at it too, so. But I can give you a copy of one of the schools that I have and just be like, this is how it looks. And I think it was just a template for all the schools once they wanted to go from bureau operated to grant status, so. That's all, thanks, Chair.
All right, so with that, going back to the letter. We're good with the letter now? We're good with the directive letter, and then we'll work on getting those documents over, working with OLS. And then with our attorney, and then also with the BOZA and then Jody. We'll create that. So I think we have an understanding of the letter that is to be generated and created. So with that,
Yes.
so with that, I guess we'll do a motion and then a motion. So hold off on that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so with that, committee members, we're gonna hold off on the letter. We'll probably have to do a suspension of full rules to have that agenda. To get that directive. But in the meantime, we're back to reports, on the main motion of the report that we received. And so committee members, if there's no other questions, I would like to call for the question, call for the vote. Motion was made by Honorable Dr. Ned and second by Honorable Curtis Benito in regards to the report. In this report, it did also create a, generated a letter, a new directive letter. But we'll do the suspension of full rules to address that one with the motion in a second. We'll vote over. Are there any other questions regarding the receiving report? If there is none, I will call for the questions. Honorable Alina Nesbitt, how do you vote?
I vote for.
Honorable Vice Chair?
Great.
Honorable Dr. Nez? Honorable Toth? Honorable Nito? Now we have 4 in favor, 1 not voting, the chair not voting. So with that, thank you for the report. Thank you very much, and we'll get that other stuff to you here in a bit. So with that, moving on to item number 6, old business. There is none. Moving on, we did already take care of new business. Item number 8. Before we I'd like to ask for a motion, suspension of full rules. Being vote on the letter that we just created following the recommendation, committee member, to have a motion for suspension of full rules. Motion made by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, second by Honorable George Hope. Committee members, are there any questions regarding the new directive letter that will be generated and created and sent over to Dodie and the BOZA? Committee members, if there's no questions, I'd like to call for the vote. Honorable Helena Nez begin.
3.
Honorable Vice Chair.
3.
Honorable Dr. Nez.
3.
Honorable Toll.
3.
Honorable Curtis Nito. Not here. With that, we have 4 in favor, 1 not voting, and chair not voting. With that, we did add on that directive letter, and we suspended the 4 rules. Okay, so with that, we're going to the new item under suspension of 4 rules, which is the letter. The new directive letter to the Department of Education, the Denver Board of School Association. So we'll get that, and we'll get that to them. Today.
So I can do my part by 5. I don't know if you're at a sign by.
Okay, so with that, we'll complete it by 5 today and send it over to Dodie and DeBoza. So with that, committee members, are there any questions? If there's none, I'd like to ask for a motion to adopt the letter. Motion made by Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Second made by Honorable Helena Nez Begay. Are there any questions regarding the new directive letter? Committee members? When once, or 3 times, with that, there is none. How do you vote? Honorable Helena Nez Begay? Honorable Vice Chair?
Green.
Honorable Dr. Nez? Honorable Toll?
Green.
Honorable Yanito? With that, we have 4 in favor, 1 not voting, and chair not voting. So with that, we did adopt the directive letter here before us. So with that, we'll move on to item number 8, close of meeting. Announcement. I did have a request from Honorable Vice Chair for those individuals that are from the school to, did I skip somebody? Okay, all right, so let me go back to B. 7 new B business. What I just said, yeah, but 7 new business, item B, travel. National Technical University Crown Point campus hosts HEHSC meeting for an annual report in January 2024. Select date in January 2024. Okay. Did we have that the second or the 3rd Monday in January?
Mr. Vinod. Second, third.
The what? So January 15th?
Is that with discussion?
Yes. No, how about January 22nd?
That's when you said.
No, the 4th week.
I thought it's the 3rd of March, the 1st.
Because of Martin.
Martin Luther King's on the 15th?
No, I could break you.
I won't even get into the computer and live in this. How about January 29th? January 29th? Yeah. January 29th. January 29th, it will be at NTU. And that will be my sister's birthday, so we all have a great birthday. Okay, so we're all good with January 29th in lieu of January 22nd. Committee members, I need a motion. Motion made by Honorable Helena Nez Begay, second. Honorable Dr. Nez. With that, are there any questions in regard to January 29th meeting at Navajo Technical University Crown Point campus?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
I can invite the International Veterans Organization.
No.
On the 29th?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a request from Honorable Toe, motioning party to also address and invite the Eastern Veterans
International Veterans Organization.
Eastern Veteran Collaboration Organization. That's looking at you a lot, okay. All right, so for Eastern Veterans Organization. Yeah, Honorable Helena Nez Begay.
Eastern Navajo.
Yes, as a report.
Oh, as a report. Honorable Dr. Ned, you're okay with that? So with that, we'll do that on just Honorable Toll. For the Eastern Veterans Organization to present to HEHSC. So with that, no other questions, going twice, 3 times. How do you vote, Honorable Helena Nas-Gay? Honorable Vice Chair?
Great.
Honorable Dr. Nance? Honorable Danto? How do you vote? Me, Honorable Unito? With that, we have 4 in favor, 1 not voting, and Chair not voting. So with that, that will conclude our new business items. Moving on to item 8, close of meeting announcement. There was a request from Honorable Vice Chair to have staff from schools that came out to provide you 3 minutes to introduce yourself. So I would like to give some time to those individuals that are here from other schools or working with schools to introduce yourself, and then you have 3 minutes. We can start with Mr. Bernal.
We are there, so you have now, don't know age here. I don't understand again, Malachi. My issue is very much penny on them and shadow, quite much community school. Explanation. This morning, yesterday, and then one of the staff members alerted me with the fact that you guys were having a HEHSC meeting. And it was on the reapportionment. I wrote, we've kind of worked with Mr. Ed City on our thoughts on how the reapportionment, the next reapportionment would be designed. But kind of going back to I guess the question that was asked, what would your ideal plans be? One of the things I would think is that, I was just kind of sitting back here thinking that, there's a bunch of people up here deciding, I guess, how we would be running our school. Of course, I kind of appreciated Jordan saying that maybe the administrator should be involved in the design of the school, because we do work with our community, though, like Mr. Toth said, is that a lot of times we work with parents, we work with students, we work with the local people. And we do have different issues. The school age, but the thing that really comes to my mind is that kind of going back, maybe 20 years ago, on Pinyon Community School, a Squito Sani has on the other. And I think, in a lot of ways that, the people that are kind of deciding, how we should be running our school, they've kind of lost sight of that. Whereas Squito Sani, they had a vision as to how they wanted their children to be schooled. Children stayed at Francis case there. So there's a lot of issues as to why they're not being successful. And that keep on the age, because I worked in a public school system. I worked at different community schools. The one thing, the one constant that always comes to mind is that, that even though we're all encompassed in Navajo, each community has their different issues. So what we envision for our community schools probably a lot different than some schools in New Mexico. Schools that are located closer to cities. They have a different idea of what they want. They opinion, go Black Mesa, has unengaged, chin hot chin button bunsi, so the hot chin button, so that is why, it is, if I was to be asked, how would you design a school, I would go back to saying that local control with our own local board. What are they? The keys that are left. I wrote, the idea that Mr. James said is that, we're going to get blamed. We're not going to please everybody. But I think you're going to please everybody if you would go back to
you know, how things were about the local control. Although the thing is that, you know, we can't go back and we're gonna cause more of a problem. And again, I think that was the gist of how some of the conversation went, is that, you know, we're talking about kids, and I think kids are worth the extra work, you know, the really thinking about the kids again. I think that should take precedent on a lot of things, rather than, you know, inconveniencing people and organizations.
Thank you. With that, moving on, next, who wants to volunteer? Go ahead.
Yatne, Eric Edwards, Wilkerson, Robbins, Bashachin, Morgan, Dashanai, and Edwards, Dashachin. So not very, I guess I could have really sped it up by just saying Billigana, which I usually do. But I'm the executive director at Kintie Residential Campus, and I want to thank you for all your hard work today. Council, you've done a tremendous job, and you put a lot of thought into what you're doing right now. I've been in education almost 50 years, and the last 20 some have been serving on the Navajo reservation in both public schools and BIE schools. I was at Shiprock Associated Schools. I was also the principal back in the heyday of Shiprock High School, when we were winning a lot of state championships for girls. So I'm always proud of that. And here recently, I was at Shiprock Associated, and now I'm at Kintie. Actually, I've retired 2 times, and each time I've retired, they brought me out of retirement to do another job, and I'm really thrilled that they do, because my wife is so tired of me being at home, so she wants me to have a job. But anyway, I do want to thank you for the work, and if I have to echo some of the same sentiments that my colleague, that if I had a way to really come up with what is the best way to run our schools, I would also say that probably the best way to run our schools is with our parents, and somehow those parents that are involved now. Kintie has really had some growth in the last year. We went from 20, well, actually, we ended the year with 18 students last year, and we're up over about 96 this year. So we're really growing and really doing good things. And I have parents from all over, but they were very involved, and we really love what they're doing for us. But in lieu of that, what I would like to say is that this is not a bad plan. That one of the things that I benefited from recently under Plan 6 was the ability to work with a couple of other schools and to gain them almost like sibling schools. My sister's school, to create memorandums of understanding and agreement, and find out that we shared some of the same concerns with our kids, and that we needed to do some of the same things, but yet we were different. I was the only residential campus in that group. I was with Rock Point and Shiprock Associated, but we were able to, at one point in time, because Shiprock Associated Schools does not currently have an operating dormitory because it was demolished, and it was, it's in the midst of being built. What we were able to do is sign an MOA and provide residential services with the agreement, of BIE and Doty and everybody. We were able to provide those residential services for a few of those sassy kids that normally would not have had that opportunity. That was huge. So I don't want to belittle that opportunity to work with other schools. And I think I kind of picked up on something here about the residential programs themselves. How it would be nice, I don't know that we could ever have a board that gets them all, but it would be nice to maybe once a quarter meet with them and share those same things. I just think that the biggest thing or the most important thing is working together. because these children are absolutely phenomenal children. I can't tell you, I got 96 of the best kids in the world at Kintia. Every day they tell me how much they appreciate me and how much they even love me, how much they love what they've done for them and provided for them. I go home happy. It keeps me young. I'll probably put in another 8 or 9 or 10 years. But anyway, just thank you very much. And once again, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for listening to me, and I appreciate it. And I'm going to invite you to come see what we've done at Kintia. You would be amazed at the transformation. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next.
Hayati Kirby Johnson effective I'm the board president for the Natani School Board, and I also glad to have Mr. Edwards here. I just wanted to thank the committee and the HEHSC for getting this plan together and hearing all the input and thoughts of everyone and working together. And I know it's hard to get certain people in a room and try to say, this is my portion, this is my portion, but in the end, it's all for the kids. It's what we got to keep the main focus on as far as students and to help them succeed and to make sure they have the right accommodations and I guess leadership behind them to help them be great leaders and maybe one of these days be part of this nation government or school board. So I just wanted to say thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Next, anybody with the school board or school?
I'm Sarah Queen Woody, I'm from Herpino chapter. I'm one of the board members that got removed from Plan 6. We are having a hard time with, I just want to let you guys all know, thank you for allowing me to speak. I know it's up to you guys to decide, the reapportionment plan, but I want you guys to know that Eastern's having a hard time, like you said, keeping school board members. And I know that Torion is down to 1 school board, and Herpino has 1 representation, and DZ has 2 representations from there. I just want you guys to know it's kind of hard for that to be working. And I just heard, the reapportionment that the BOSA and Dodi have presented for our area, Herpino. You guys got to realize the chapters, the chapter is big in Herpino, 90 square miles. And you guys are not going to have any representation from Herpino, just an at-large position. That myself, it hurts me to hear because I'm like, wow, we're the biggest chapter on the eastern side. We're going to have an at-large position. How is our people going to take that when you guys get back to the public hearings? So I think you guys need to look at how big chapters are too, because our representation is going to be lost. So, and then also you guys also need to look at tribally controlled schools. Yes, Hanakla is tribally controlled and so is BZ is tribally controlled. But Hanakla is only representing K students and the residential. So our school gets kids from 1st and 12th that get boarded to Bluefield High School or Bluefield School. And then DZ is different. They have K through 8 and then they also have residential. So I think you guys really need to look at how they presented the information to you guys. And I understand you guys want the schools to be put together if they're less than 30 miles. I understand that, I understand how you guys are trying to do this. But the money isn't controlled by the tribe, it's controlled by the government. So you guys need to kind of realize all that. And it's sad that you're trying to put all these little schools together and and they're losing their representation from their chapters. So please take a look at that when you guys do your reapportionment. Thank you.
Next, anybody else? Is that it? And so thank you very much for that information. When you said Kincaid, I thought you were from my in-laws place in White Rings, Arizona. I didn't know it was over here in northern part that you were talking about. But White Rings, we also refer White Rings to as being Kincaid, you know. I'll take pictures of you and send it over to all. Who is this? Where is he coming from? So thank you very much. And then Mr. Denali, yeah, I know what all of the concept is, but all I can say is that I guarantee you that no matter what plan we come up with, we're gonna always have vacant positions in school board. And it's just the new society. I don't know why there's hardly any interest of school board members. I really don't know. I don't know what the problem is or why there's no interest. And even though we come up with a certain plan in this scenario, I think we're gonna have to deal and sit here and figure out, okay, what do we do when elections comes back and report to us? It says, you know, we have all of these vacant school board positions. So what is it that we do at that time? And then at the vice versa again regarding NACES. And so it is up to the school to input that information. And it's out of our control, it's out of our jurisdiction to say, hey, you need to input chapters. It's not that database system is not Navajo Nation system, so we have no control over that, we have no oversight over that. But if staff and schools are going to training to input that information, then they need to put in the chapter information is all we can say from here. What chapter they're affiliated with. Because that's the driving key to indicate how many position needs to be created by chapters. And it's out of our control at this point. I know that I understand you're frustrated, I hear where you guys are coming from, but again, like I indicated, we're just not going to be able to fill all of the school board positions. That's a guarantee, and we know it's just gonna happen. And then we go back to square one again. What do we do? How do we resolve the matter? How do we resolve it? We've been looking now. The current plan is we're bunching up all different schools together. Like you indicated, we have current vacant positions. Same thing with Fort Defiance region district. We have positions that are vacant. Some of the schools just can't even make quorum anymore because the school board members have resigned in the middle of their term. And so how do we fix it? All we hear is this complaints, but there's no recommendations following that. We could sit here and listen to the complaints all day long, but what recommendation do you have? Because at this point, we've done it all and we're trying to figure it out how we need to resolve the matter, but that's what I really listen out for is if you have a complaint, then what is your recommendation? What recommendation do you have? Because if you're just gonna complain, we're not gonna get anywhere. What recommendation comes with it? Do you have that you can share with us? So Ada, so thank you very much. I apologize that the others weren't able to say their introduction and then say their part, and they probably have other obligations. So they left. So I want to extend my appreciation to them as well for sitting with us through the day, listening to us and figuring this out. But I think one of the concepts that really was stressed out to us when we took HEHSC is that, you know, Doty and the BOZA and HEHSC just were not working together. And I think that's one of the big accomplishments that we have done here as HEHSC is that we're working on this together. We're listening to each other. We see our frustration with each other, but again, the ultimate goal is how do we make the final decision on behalf of our Navajo students throughout the Navajo Nation. And I think we made a big accomplishment as HEHSC, and we should be all proud of ourselves that we're all working together. And that should be our commitment to move forward on addressing the needs of vulnerable students out there, so. But I'm just glad that we are working together and we are at this point, so I'm very, very appreciative of that, so. Thank you for your prayers, thank you for your thoughts, thank you for sitting here with us, being beside us. Like I said, you know, once you become a leader, you just can't satisfy everybody. You just have to do your best and understand what you can do, and at this point, I think we made a big accomplishment of having all of us work together and come to a conclusion. So yeah, so just wanted to mention that, and so take care, have safe travel homes, and happy holidays to each and every one of you guys. Okay, thank you, bless you guys, and have a blessed afternoon. So with that, that will be our announcements. And then right now we'll do an adjournment. Before adjournment, I'd like to mention that November 29th is when we agreed to meet at Twin Arrows, but we did not come up with the time. We did the 29th at Twin Arrows.
Did I say empty?
No, November 29th, it's coming Wednesday, it's 2 days.
I thought it said at 8.
Are you gonna forego the budget here?
Oh, okay. Yeah, because remember we said December 4th, like you said, you're not gonna be available, if you want to do it in person. And so that's what Ms. Lowe is referring to, I'll get this ready for our Wednesday meeting.
Wednesday morning.
Oh, this coming Wednesday. So, we probably have to do a special HEHSC meeting this coming Wednesday, if you guys want to really still meet on Wednesday. At Twin Arrows, because we'll all be at Twin Arrows. Dr. Nance already told us that we'll be at Twin Arrows only on Wednesday.
Well,
Wednesday morning.
Mr. Chair, we'll, try to secure the conference room at the, police substation.
Okay.
We're gonna do that, you know, we usually don't charge, but, I think at this, you know, we only have 2 days, we can't get any kind of request for a meeting room payment or position, you know, at this time, because it's just, you know, impossible. It's a service, so it goes up, you know,
We'll try our best to work with that, I guess. We'll find a road.
Is it 30th?
Dr. Nance already said he's not
Oh, not
there. He's only there Wednesday, but that's where we got caught on Wednesday, but we really never addressed it on that.
At 8.
8:30.
Next week.
8.
But we need to get that letter over to Dodie and the Boza too.
By 9.
And it'll just be that one particular item based off the director's letter. And see how that looks.
It'll be just that report on the student.
Yeah. Let's just be that item. So are we still doing November 29th?
Yeah, it's sort of snow thing.
I don't know, but I'm leaving it up to the committee members.
I'll be there.
So the 29th. Or I'll be there. Dr. Nan said he'll be there. Vice Chair saying he'll be there. Honorable Cole? 29th. Oh, Wednesday. Yes, I'm good.
Wednesday, I'll be there.
Wednesday? Okay. So we'll have Warren then. I don't know about Honorable Curtis Denito.
Well, I hope we have, you know, secure the meetings, place. And that would be the only. We'll do that right in schedule. Yeah, but.
We'll figure something.
In their administrator, one of their office space, they actually have a little conference room too, because last time they set me up
Yeah, they charge for that now with the
Oh,
different.
the new CEO.
She can use, she can use her card.
Yeah, we'll figure something out.
Yeah.
She has 5 cards, man.
Yeah, well, we'll figure something out. But we'll be at,
7 is,
yeah, 8:30, right?
Oh,
8:30. 8:30 in the morning? Okay. All right, so that's Wednesday, so that's the new announcement. And then also November 28th, 29th is now for area Indian Health Service Budget Formulation Fiscal Year 2026 at Twin Arrows Conference Center. December 4th is special meeting in lieu of December 25th, 2023. December 11th is regular meeting, Winter Rock Now Formation. December 14th and through 16th, the Nevada Woodcut Board Association Winter Conference, Las Vegas, Nevada. December 20th, special meeting in lieu of December 18th, 2023, 20 Arrows, the Net Conference Center at 8 AM to 11 AM. December 20th, legislative branch dinner at 11 AM. At 20 Arrows, the Net Conference Room. So that is the announcements that we have, and then of course, this coming Wednesday's meeting at 8:30 at 20 Arrows. With just that report from Doty and the proposal regarding the new directive letter, and then the updated listing. So 8 AM with committee members, are there any announcement?
He's asking if I can add to the agenda. I don't know if I'm to do that to make sure.
I will leave this up to you, committee member. There is a request from Kincaid Residential Campus, Rock Point Community School, Shiprock Associated School, Army Dance School. Reason is to appeal file pursuant to HEHSC MY-012-12, section 2A subsection 5 to the Health Education and Human Service Committee, HEHSC of the Navajo Nation Council regarding the Shiprock Associated School Corporation SASC. So there's a request. They're asking if we could suspend the floor rule before we adjourn here to address this matter. But I leave it up to you as committee members. I know this should have been brought up to us when we were adopting the agenda, but again, I leave it up to you, and there's only 4 of us in here for forum, so it can't get more than so that's gonna be very interesting. Then our legal counsel, I dispute for the work on your letter. Going price. Okay. At this point, I think, yeah, let's just wait on it and let's just take it over to our legal counsel and then go from there. Let's just do that. Let's not address it. We'll be rushing into specifics regarding the appeal. So with that, back to adjournment. Committee member, no request for suspension of full rules, adjournment. Motion made by Honorable Helena Nesbitt to adjourn here at 2:49 PM. Committee members, second. Any second made by Honorable George Toll. So with that, committee members, adjournment at 2:49 PM. Are there any questions? Going 2 times, 3 times, calling for the vote. Honorable Helena Nesbitt. Honorable Vice Chair. Honorable Dr. Nez. Honorable Toll. Agree. Honorable Yanito. Honorable Dr. Nez. Honorable Yanito. Not voting, so with that, we have 3 in favor, 2 not voting, and Chair not voting, and we are hereby adjourned at 2:49 PM. Thank you, and we shall see you Wednesday at 8:30 at Twin Arrows for our special meeting.
Thank you. Maybe my.